threads that weave our experiences together. Inspires us as individuals, binds us as a community, and even connects us across time and space. Hi, online viewers. And just like time, words, when released, can't be retrieved. Although some of us might argue that we're no longer in this era where it took weeks to deliver a message, and even more weeks to discard that message, text to digital, yet the impact of words still remain the same. In fact, they've evolved. Words have now evolved into tools that we use to transform mundane moments into memorable experiences. In this conference, the speakers coming after me, and you, our beloved audience, we're going to experience that evolution beyond words. We're going to experience how this evolution has birthed a new era of writers. Writers who not only convey information, writers who design experiences, writers who make words work. Next slide. I know you might be wondering, if you're new, who are these writers? And even if you're already one, you're still curious, right? That's a great question. But I don't want to just define who UX writers are to you. I want you to experience us yourself. Okay, show of hands if we all have a digital device. Just show you. Nice. Rich kids. Nice. Okay. Show of hands if you operated this device before you go ahead today. Show of hands if you are still operating that device now. Great. Next slide, please. Okay. I want you to imagine for a moment that this morning, before you got here, let's say you're like me, that has some kind of morning rituals. By morning rituals, I mean maybe prayers, maybe listening to music. Let's stick to music here in case we have some meetings here. So let's stick to music. So yeah, now, let's imagine for a moment that you are about to operate your digital device, your mobile, your system. You're going to play some music. And then you open your music app, and there are no words on the screen, right? Well, typically you would say maybe it's a network glitch, right? And then you say, let me go and do one or two things and come back to it. Okay, let's say you're ready to come here and you open your ride booking app. And the interface is still empty. No text. When I say interface, I mean the screen. The screen. No text on the screen. You're beginning to feel uncomfortable. What's happening? If you're like a Twitter warrior, want to be on Twitter, and start tweeting, what's happening? Start dragging the people that holds that app. Let's even take things a step further that you actually go on Twitter and there are no words. How will you move? What will you press? It's frustrating, right? Imagine you're beginning to feel overwhelmed, and you're running late for this beautiful conference, right? That's exactly what our digital world would feel like without UX writers, without the words on the screen, right? It feels frustrating, it feels overwhelming, and that's why a lot of big companies, even small startups, are hiring UX writers. Even Apple themselves. Besides, this similar example was displayed by Apple. anyone here with superpowers that can do anything here? I'd like to know. Okay, great. Next slide. So this example shows us the power of UX writing. And with this example, I've briefly explained to you who UX writers are. But I don't want to stop there. I want to help you understand what's changed. Because I still feel like some persons are just looking at the words and saying, is it not just words? And the title of our conference is Beyond Words. So I want to help you realize how the writing of the words is changing reaches the before and after, beyond the words you're seeing. Next slide. Beyond the words you're seeing, the first thing that is here is user empathy. I'll just say user understanding. The UX writers and UX designers who design this screen understand that when people come to a music app, they want to enjoy themselves. Whether you're listening to a sad song or a happy song, it doesn't matter. The experience should be enjoyable. And that's the first thing they prioritize here. From the playlist, to the artist, to the album, to everything in between, the categorization is clear. So if you want to arrange your music according to whatever, you have the autonomy to do so. That's something that as users, because UX writing is very seamless, you just see the words and you take action. You don't know the kind of thoughts that was put into it. Okay, I've mentioned personalization. Inclusive design. Another thing we see here is accessibility. The words here, they are clear and functional for a diverse user group. Anybody from any country, anybody from any country can basically understand what's being written here. There is no use of unnecessary slangs, for example, jam, my jam, like Nigerians say, my jam. It's just all songs, right? It's clear. It's not, there's no play of words, there's no wittiness, it's just direct. This is an example of UX writing beyond the words that users see and experience. Next slide, please. And this is part of the reasons why UX writers are in demand today. Next slide, please. When I fetched this research, it was in April this year, so I believe by now the numbers would have doubled. But according to this research, we have over 8 million mobile apps as at April, and we have over 1 billion websites. And the more products are embedded in our everyday life, I mean, you can't even argue. From the alarm that you set when you're going to bed, and when you wake up, you open maybe your praying app, or still that same alarm wakes you up. Products are embedded in our lives. And the more products are embedded in our lives, the more the experiences needs to be less complicated and usable. And that's where UX writers come in, right? One thing though is that because of how, I would say, writing at base level, everyone can write their name. Can't you write your name? And so at base level, everyone can write their name. So everyone thinks they can handle the communication on our digital devices. But I want you to understand that, make no mistake. While these possibilities are endless, as you can see, so many websites, so many mobile apps. Yet, the right words can work wonders. They can convert customers, they can make you more friends from this conference. The wrong words, however, can break an entire experience and even cost a life. Dramatic much. Next slide. Great. So this was the case in this China Northern Airline crash on the 13th day of November 1993. This crash was caused by a fatal miscommunication. What happened was, the airplane was descending, I think at an unusual speed, And then there was a warning sign that read, pull up. And so the pilot didn't understand what pull up meant. And so he asked his co-pilot what it meant. The co-pilot also didn't understand. And that misunderstanding led to 12 lives being lost among 102 passengers and crew. The lesson I want us to take here is word choice and clarity is quite crucial in every element of design. While the possibilities words gives us are endless, it doesn't mean that every person can handle the communication on our devices. Now, I haven't flown an airplane before, so I can't say maybe there were some design constraints, I don't know. But if we bring this back home to UX writing and UX design, this is part of the reasons why we say consider content and context first. If content or the context in which the button pulled was considered, maybe, next slide please, maybe, just maybe, they would have done proper research to know what kind of language the person operating that button understands. That's part of what UX writers do, user research. Maybe, just maybe, they would have considered, well, you may argue with me that pull-up is a plain language. Correct. But then, if I was trying to design content for a Nigerian audience that is a warning, I don't think I'll use pull-up, because I'm not trying to say I pulled up to Quillox or something, or pulled up to club, because that's something that is, it has a different meaning, cultural meaning in Nigeria, right? So when you consider these kind of things, you want to use words that are not easily misunderstood. What about localization? Maybe, just maybe, the text would have been interpreted in their local language, and that couldn't have happened. I mean, I don't know. Visual cues. Worst case scenario, what about using icons? Something that would just, maybe something that looks like pulling something, and that could have helped. Lastly, testing and validation. Whenever I read that story, I always wonder if, even if it's a play, I mean, almost every product goes through testing before it's being released. How is someone just understanding the warning or seeing that warning in such critical time? I mean, I don't know, I haven't done it before, but if we were to bring that example, these things happen to serve as examples for you. If we were to bring that example back to UX writing or product design, this is the difference UX writing would have made. Next slide, please. Okay, as I said here, words are timeless. And just like time, words when released can never be taken back. That's why we're always advised to choose our words wisely. So if after this conference, you decide to start a career in UX writing, I want you to think beyond the words, because it's not just words we're writing, but designing experiences that can make or even break people's lives. Next slide, please. My second example is from Hawaii, actually. This happened on January 13th, 2018. Apparently, I don't know if you've heard of it, apparently a missile threat was sent to the residents of Hawaii. An emergency alert. And for about 38 minutes, there was a widespread panic. I'm trying to remember when I was in primary school, and sometimes the clouds will go dark, something like that. They will see eclipse or something. Do you guys remember? And they say the world must end. Sometimes they will even say we should bring buckets of water so that we can be viewing it. Gen Z. Why? But I remember there was a panic then in school. People would be like, because I went to a boarding school. People would be like, my parents will come and fetch me. I don't know anything happened to me in school. And all those kind of stuff. So I want you to use your power of imagination and imagine kind of panic, this kind of alert would have caused. Just imagine, God forbid, that this kind of alert or something, God that makes, right? Next slide, please. Great. Later on, I think after the 38 minutes, it was said in a live press conference that the alert was false. Imagine that, right? Imagine after panicking, that this alert was false and it was caused by a human error. I mean, that's what they always say when things like this happen. But even that human that caused the error is also a user, right? Okay. But what you don't know is, next slide please. This is the screen that the human who caused the error was supposed to click, was supposed to press rather. This is what the screen looks like. I don't want to tell you what I see, but I want you to look at the screen very well. It's chaotic. You don't even need to be a UX writer to know that. Everything is in blue. There's capital letter, there's small letter. Right. Where should I place my focus on right now? I don't know. And if I was hungry, I would make the same mistake, I'm sorry. Because it's not clear what to do, right? And so this is the screen that caused that human error. And I wonder, because as UX writers, we not just design content for end users, as in complete end users. We also design content. Let's say, for instance, there's a HR company. And that HR company manages employees for other companies. And so they have softwares that they use. You see, the people that are using those softwares, they might not be the end users, but they are humans and they are users. So I'm guessing maybe if some little bit of UX writing best practices was added here, maybe the experience would have been different. Next slide, please. Okay. Beyond words, UX writers are information architects. I love the theme of this conference, by the way, and I've been overusing it. Okay. Now, this is an example of what that screen should have looked like. I picked this over the internet, and I agree with it. Before I go into how UX writing plays a role here, you can see the iconography here, right? Says alert, says danger, red. You know that these are the real alerts. You won't play around here, right? Unless you want to be bored. And then you can see bullet points. Can you guys see it? Yes. You can see bullet points. You can see that the first text is written in caps lock and every other text is capitalized, right? To pull your attention to the words. Great. So let me tell you what's going on here. First of all, strategic use of color. UX writers don't just write words. They make use of color coding to highlight messages type that convey urgency. A UX writer were to write I don't want to use warnings anymore. Let's say it's Black Friday, for instance. And then we want to add some marketing spice, maybe on the apps that you're using right now. There's a way we can use colors strategically to pull your attention so you act now, right? Great. Emoticons for tone. UX writers, though sparingly, because emojis have different meanings. See here, real alert with the red. I think that's like an ambulance something, right? You know it's danger. If you're trying to test the alert, you're not going to go there. Okay. Clear information hierarchy. You can see that the information is now organized with colors, as I said, icon cues, and this ensures that the critical information is understood first. Next, accessibility and inclusion. In alert design, or even UX writing in general, UX writers focus on accessible color contrast and inclusive emoticon use, as I said. Right. I don't think you want to write real alert and then put a star icon there. Right? Your words has to align with the emoticons you're using. Nice. Next slide, please. In just a few words, I'm just going to summarize everything that I've shown you guys. UX writing is beyond words. UX writers contribute to a safer, user-centric world. If you're a UX writer today, or you choose to be a UX writer today, you're like this star shining here, amazing, because you're contributing to a safer world. You're not just making money, you will make money. I make good money. You will make money. It's not just profitable, but it's also purposeful, as you can see. Next slide, please. UX writing is rewarding, actually. It's the simple law of demand and supply, basically. If there's a demand for something, there has to be a supply for it. And if you're ready, you can start. You're already here, you're already here. So being here means that you're already a part, either you're already a part of the UX Writers Africa community, or you want to be a part, so you're on the right path. Next slide, please. UX writers are multidisciplinary professionals. From everything I've shown you, we write, we design, we organize, we're like digital architects, organize information. We do so much that I can't even, relate to you right now, but we do a lot. Next slide, please. And these are some of the exciting careers in UX writing. You can be a UX writer, you can be a content strategist, you can be an information architect, you can be a UX copywriter actually. You can be a content designer, interaction designer, user researcher, UX editor, and so many more. All these are open to you. So I'd like to know which of these career opportunities excites you. Just make a wish. Nice. Nice. We were asked for more. What? Content strategies. That's so nice. So?
Anyone that pays the most.
Any more? Okay, great. Even if you're not responding right now, I know in your mind you might be wondering, how do I start? Or how do I scale? So it's very possible that you're already a UX writer and you're thinking of how to scale your career, or maybe how to start. Next slide. In my UX writing program called the UX Content Champ, what I do basically is to not just teach you the ropes of UX writing, I also teach you how to start and scale your UX writing careers. How to, from everything you've learned, if there's one thing you've learned is that it's not hard though, but it's quite multifaceted. You're going to be interfacing with so many other professionals, so many other teams. I think there's a session for that. You're going to know how to collaborate with people, right? It's beyond the typical writing that we knew in the past, where our favorite authors just lock themselves in their room. I work remotely, I lock myself in my room, I'm sorry. It's just, you will learn to meet with people a lot, online, virtually, and like we're doing right now. I teach you all of that. I basically teach you how to be a champion, right? And courtesy the UX Writers Africa community, I'm offering a discount, a 70% discount. I think you want to do the maths. I don't like maths. I don't like maths. That's 90,000 naira to be able to get into the program, get into the cohort, and of course in combination with the community that you already have here. The sky is your starting point. Thank you.
Let's continue putting our hands together. Well, that was a beautiful session. Would you want to take questions?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sorry.
Any questions? All right. Where's my other microphone? Oh wow. All right.
Hi guys.
I don't know if you have answered this question, but
Okay.
when you still on the Amber Alerts, the alerts
Yes.
interface,
Yes.
What was actually drooling?
Was what?
Drooling. So you said that the guy mistakenly clicked something else.
Yes.
Yes. That was drooling.
Okay.
Yes.
So for that example, you know how, let me bring it back home a little. You know how in product design we have test environments. Even if we have any developers here, we test our prototypes. Let's say for instance, you're testing a landing page that actual users are not supposed to see. So I'm bringing you back home, right? And now you now publish it for users to see. Do you understand now? So they have test environments for these alerts, and then they have the real alert. So he clicked on the wrong alert, and that was what sent the distress call. Does that make sense right now? Alright, thank you.
Okay, we have.
Thank you so much for your session. That's quite a number of things. So my question is, how important is UX design in UX writing? Do you know about UX design? Or rather, do you specialize in that area first before going to UX writing? Or it's not really needed as in UX writing?
I've written an article on that. I'll send it to it. Okay, so it's like the typical egg and chicken question, right? Really. What comes first, like the egg or the chicken?
The chicken first.
Is that so? But what gave birth to the chicken? Right? It's a very dicey question. But I'll tell you something. You don't have to have hands-on design experience to be able to be a UX writer. But you should have, at base level, you should have visual design knowledge. Visual design knowledge to know if a particular color will be accessible to users. To know if a particular structure, should this be left aligned? Should this be centered aligned? Do you understand? You should be able to communicate these to designers. You should know if a particular shape of a button will be more pleasant to click on, right? So visual design is a must. You should be able to collaborate and also direct designers beyond my professional work. In my own academy, I work with designers as a creative director, right? And so while they are experts in what they are doing, the combination of our skills, is powerful, right? It makes your words, the words that you so suffered to create, looks more pleasant on the interface. Does that answer your question? Hi.
Alright, we have a question. Okay. It's just going to be.
I'm just very curious about what was the hardest part in your journey towards your profession? What was the hardest part for you?
Okay. I don't know. I don't want to say it wasn't very hard because that would sound cliche. Or anybody here that follows me online knows that my story has a particular trajectory and I stay true to it. While I believe in specialization, I believe in being a generalized specialist. Some people here can attest to that. And so, why I would say my journey wasn't very tedious is because I'm multifaceted, right? So, when I got into UX writing, when I specialized in UX writing, I was working as a copywriter at the time. I was also a content developer at the time. I quite have a background in journalism as well, but that's not the point. The point is, my first interfacing with UX writing was when I was an SEO copywriter. And so as an SEO copywriter, I knew that I wasn't doing black hat SEO practices. Black hat SEO practices are those gimmicky things that people do. I would write content, it would rank online because I genuinely was answering people's intent. And that's called user-centered SEO, but I didn't know at the time. So, when the opportunity came to create copy for the mobile app, I was working with an agri tech company at the time. So when the opportunity came to create coffee for the mobile app, I didn't shy away from it. I was really excited because in my head I was like, I'm not just impacting top of the funnel. Oh, I feel like I'm using marketing language right now. But do you understand? I'm not just impacting top of the funnel people anymore. I'm impacting people way down until they click that button, you know, and all that. So I didn't shy away from it. And that has been one of my greatest standout difference. I don't shy away from stuff, you understand? While my experiences are streamlined, I'm not everywhere, but I have a goal and I stick to that goal. But I try to be multifaceted, right? So when I was able, like I tell some of my mentees on ADP this, sometimes you don't just have to leave your copywriting career or leave wherever you are. Sometimes you just have to look. You understand? It's always an opportunity for UX writing. The examples I showed you goes beyond digital, even to physical experiences, right? So using that as an example, that's how I contributed to that project. You understand? Kept on honing my skills. And even in this economy, sometimes, this was years back ago, when things are like shaky for freelancers, it was never always dry for me because if it's website UX copywriting, I'll do it for you. If it's user research, I'll do it for you, right? And at the end of the day, if I find myself in a company, as I am right now at Comtown, where we have dedicated UX researchers and so once in a while, my experiences still come in hands with it. I don't know if that answers you, but that's my truth.
Well, please, can we put your hands together? Please let's just together for how the beautiful session. She was saying something about the Amber Alert that went out as regards to crisis. I don't know why I feel like if that's happened in Nigeria, nobody will really care or anything. Because it seems like we're trying in crisis in this country. So nobody will literally be no big deal at all. So yeah, we still have quite a lot of interesting things packed for you today. We still have a networking session, we still have games we're going to play. We're going to play one of them now. We still have a panel session that is addressing a beautiful topic. But before going to all that, we've been checking on social media and we're not really getting as much traction as we hoped. Can we have the social media post up? Yeah, so we want to do something now. We're going to have like some social media prompts that's going to all post. Is it possible? Okay, so we'd love us all to go through it and see what we can do from it. Because again, I've been tasked with trying to get this hashtag trending. So can we have that? Okay. Before it comes up, I want to do a quick shout out to some of our sponsors again. We have quite a number of them for this event. And this particular person, Greta, she is a founder of Dear User that aims to help tech companies talk to their users in ways that is clear. You can actually check her out on our website at dearuser.agency. We really appreciate the support you've given us. Thanks a lot. Another person I want to give a quick shout out to is Candy Wright. Candy Wright currently leads to explore the literature of solving methodology, and she was very important to the success of this event. Okay. I don't know what's going on there. Perfect. I don't know why this place is empty, like people don't want to sit down here. You're scared of the front. Hello? Fitness guru. Hello? Can we have you seated here in the front? Please let's put our hands together for him until you come to the front. Let's put our hands together for him. Yeah, we'd love you to grace the front seats. Please let's jam our hands together until he's up here. Let's jam our hands together. I know you're confused, just come up. Let's jam our hands together for him, please. This is all of you. Yeah, so let's put our hands together until you're seated here. Both of you. We're not going to continue the event until you are here. Please, let's put our hands together. Come on. Okay. So, Anyone else? No one. Okay, please let's put our hands together for you. Let's put our hands together for you. Okay, I need one more person so that we're complete. Any other person? Should I just select at random? Yeah, please let's put our hands together for her. She wants more. Yeah. Please let's put our hands together. Come on. Okay, so the game was played is very simple. It's actually a tongue twister. Well, you'll be fine. So it's a tongue twister. We always have a phrase up here, and you have to read this phrase correctly 5 times right after the other. Do you understand? Yeah, so we're going to be the judge of who does it best. Do you get? Let me do some sample for you. English can be understood through. Relax. English can be understood through. I'm not. What? Just start. So let's start. 5 times. Let's go.
English can be understood through thoughts too. 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 English can be understood
I feel embarrassed right now. Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Let's have the next one. No, let's have the next one. There's another slide there. Right? Okay. This is very simple now.
How can a clam cram in a clean cream can? How can a clam cram in a clean cream can? How can a clam cram in a clean cream can? How can a clam cram in a clean cream can? How can a clam cram in a clean cream can? How can a clam cram in a clean cream can?
You guys are good though. Let's have the next one. Let's have the next one. Chew. You know, you're the only guy out here. Please, I beg of you. Let's go.
Each Easter egg eats 80 Easter eggs. Each Easter egg eats 80 Easter eggs. Each Easter egg 80 Easter eggs. Each Easter egg eats 80 Easter eggs. Each Easter egg eats 80 Easter eggs. Each Easter egg eats 80 Easter eggs.
Wow.
Is that a yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, please come out. Please let's dance together for you. After my baby. Alright, let's have the last one. Okay.
which wristwatches are Swiss wristwatches? Which wristwatches are Swiss wristwatches? Which wristwatches are Swiss wristwatches? Which wristwatches are Swiss wristwatches?
Okay, is that yes or no? Is that yes or no? Okay, let's dance together for. Yeah, so we're down to you can have your seat again. You can have your seat again. So we're going to start again from the beginning. Are you going to start? So, yeah, we must have a winner. So, can you start? No. She this time around, yeah.
English can be understood through thoughts do. 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 English can be understood through thoughts do.
Is it not? You're supposed to do 5. You have done more than 5. Okay, can we have the next one? Let's have the next one, yeah.
How can a clam cram in a clean cream can? How can a clam cram in a clean cream can? How can a clam cram in a clean cream can? How can a clam cram in a clean cream can? How can a clam cram in a clean cream can? How can a clam cram in a clean cream can?
Okay, is that a yes or no? Is that a yes or no? Is that a yes or no? So who's our winner for this particular one? Okay, let's dance together for her. Let's dance together for her. Yeah, let's dance together for her. And if you can do better, you can actually come outside and I will give you something else. Okay, so please, right after the event, just meet with Olamide help you with your presence. Please, let's put our hands together once again for everybody that came out. Let's put our hands together now. Okay, so we're going to be going to our next speaking session, and this person that is going to be speaking she's an industry expert, literally, and she's going to be talking about the role of UX research in crafting copies that convert. She's a researcher, a community builder, strategist, and a designer interacting with designers and software owners about the state of digital design. At Design Matters, she works as an organizer for the yearly digital design events all over the world. She also edits and creates content for their monthly design magazine and newsletter, while also writing user research blog posts on BlogRocket. She's an open source community leader at Sustainable SS, a researcher, a design coach for the Super Beams coaching program with the German Prototype Fund. With over 4 years of experience spanning these roles, she has carved out a niche as a multidisciplinary designer, designing experiences for communities, conferences, and projects, either through content, experience, or sustainability. Speaking on the role of UX research in crafting copies that convert, please put your hands together with me as we welcome Victory.
Hi. My name is Victory, as he mentioned, and I'm happy to be here. I am Joyna's goal like way back, and I'm so happy to see how far she has come, she and the team, and just happy to see everybody here. When I started designing, I first did a couple of like coding stuff, like everybody. Some people have like a direct career path, and then some people test the waters to find what part of tech fits them, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't let internet trolls and Twitter tech people tell you you cannot test waters. You can be a project manager today and say that project management is not for you and transition, right? And I'm saying that because I started writing code. I did a couple of like coding stuff, and then when it got to JavaScript was whipping me, so I switched. And in my mind, I was like, coding is hard, so let me look for something else to do, right? And I decided to do design, and I was designing interfaces, and you need to see my interface design. It was terrible. For somebody who is now a design coach, if I look back, I'm like, somebody should have just collected my laptop from me, because it was that bad. And then when I started designing interfaces, something occurred to me. I'm like, why is this interface not interfacing? Right? Why is it color? Why is there something? Because anytime I look at it, I'm like, this is not what I see on Google. Something is missing. Something doesn't feel right about this design. And it caused me to wonder why. And in that quest of thinking why is this design not working, I went into research. And that's how I started as a UX researcher. And when I started as a UX researcher, there were few people doing UX research on Twitter that I knew about, right? And because of my network then, I didn't know a lot of people in Lagos, in Port Harcourt where I grew up. I didn't know people who were into UX. So I was literally building a path for myself. I was finding out things on the go. I was reading articles 5 a day. I'm not kidding, like I read 5 articles a day. When I first started, not now. But when I first started, I was reading. I just wanted something that separated me from the rest of the designers I was seeing online. I applied to boot camps, just like everybody here who have applied to boot camps. And then I started my career in open source. So because of that, open source gave me a path for me to design my own like learning curve, for me to design what I wanted to do. And the flexibility of that allowed me to do a lot of things. So next slide, please. Next one. So currently, I just organized a design event recently called Design Matters, because that's where I work. It's a company that organizes design events. What we do is we just organize events. We like to see designers gather together and talk about what they do. So designers in everything. Again, what allows Twitter people to tell you what to do, because while I was organizing this event, I saw a tweet and someone said, product designer, why are you teaching about AI? And I laughed. I laughed because a lot of times when I start teaching design, do you just have 30 minutes, I mean? I just need to be sure so I don't talk a lot. When I organize events, right, or when I start coaching people and a lot of people reach out, I want to do UI UX, I want to do UI UX. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not teaching design again. I'm tired of people doing product design. I'm tired of people becoming UI UX designers. There are other aspects of design, but you would not find out if you don't do research. If you don't find out, you're not going to know, right? A lot of people are hearing about UX writing for the first time because it's not a new niche. It's not as new as you think. Because in, I can't remember this guy's name, but there's a book, and I think it was written in 2005, and it talked about UX writing. So it's that old, so I don't think it's a new niche. It probably wasn't called UX writing, but it was there. I think it was actually called UX writing, to be honest. It was there. As a designer, it's important that you think, designer, writer, whatever it is you're doing. It's important that you do research. Always look for ways to upskill. My upskilling led me to organize a conference or be a part of Design Matters. And I'm also a user experience design coach at Superblue. And that project, we coach startups on that German prototype fund on design. And one of those things that come up all the time is about content, because most of those startup founders, a lot of startup founders are made of developers, web designers, but mostly developers. And they don't have time to craft content, they don't have the time to think about user experience, they just want things to work in their developer sense. When I define what design means to people, I say design is how things work. I'm not about aesthetics, I'm about usability, functionality. That's what I think of. So when we talk about content as well, it has to be usable, it has to work, it has to cause people to take an action, right? Catherine did a good job of laying the foundation for what I will talk about today. Thank you so much, Mom. Apart from coaching, I work as an open source community manager and user experience designer at WHO under Superblue. So what I do there is a lot of documentation, a lot of content writing, currently designing a charter book and a playbook, right? And all of those things, you might not see, because I heard your question about UX writing being for website copy. Honestly, once you begin to think about users, once you begin to think about how people feel when they come in contact with your content, with your words, you begin to think like a UX writer, right? So don't think about the platform. Think more about the action, the functionality, the characteristics, the principles that you're putting into creating those things. So now let's get into, enough talking about me. Let's get into the content itself. So today I'm talking about the role of user experience, user experience research in crafting or creating copy that converts. So what this means is using content to bring money. I like money. I like to talk about money. I like people to give me money. So after the talk, you can squeeze money in my hand. I'll say thank you. Yeah. So why is I don't know if I should go into basics of asking what UX research is. I think you should know by now. It's basically just finding out about the users of your product, finding out what they need, why is it important that I give them this content at this particular time, in this particular way, why not another way, right? Why not another structure? So why is research important? Next slide. Research is important because it provides you with data to produce results. Catherine showed us a bunch of data. Sorry, Joanna had to beg me to make this slide because I was so late and I have to apologize for that. I'm sorry, I had so much things to do. But Catherine already showed us data. We saw the data of the flights? Yes, people, the 1 billion users, the website and all that. It's data, it's numbers. But those numbers don't mean anything if they're just on the screen, right? You have to take those numbers and do something with them. That's what research does. It provides you with data that you can now analyze, and then you can synthesize and then bring out insights that the team can work with. I get a lot of people say, oh, UX writers are not valuable in their community, blah, blah, blah. How do you do research before you start crafting content? When I say research, I mean, for instance, you're creating your portfolio, right, and you have content you want to put into it, and then you send Google Forms to 3 of your friends. Is that what you do? Who do you give your research questions to? Okay, so because you work in a company. So, okay, what about people that don't work in a company? How do you get that research data? give to your friends. No, there's nothing wrong with
I
that.
worked in a company, so we do like MBS before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Is there anybody that's not working in the company but does UX writing? Okay. I need UX writing communities. That's very, you should join. You guys are doing amazing. But yeah, but a lot of people online don't have time to do this, right? So a lot of time when you interact with copy, it's because, like somebody was saying, as Nigerians, we are used to certain things, so we just go with the flow. We know it. Sometimes when you're reading something, you don't even complete it right because you know what the person is going to say. But in some cases, it doesn't work like that. People have disabilities that we need to start thinking of. And those disabilities not because, okay, they are blind or something, or they are visually impaired, sorry, not blind. But we begin to think of cognitive disabilities. People who have hard time reading texts that are too long. People who have time, who are dyslexic, right? Spellings and stuff. So those things, when you begin to put those things in your mind, you begin to think of content differently. And the only way you can think about that is if you do research. Because research provides you the data of people who are interacting with your products that have these issues, right? And you need to be able to design for them. Please, the next slide. This is my favorite. This is why I got into UX research. Because I'm empathetic. Empathy is a huge emotion. It's an emotion that causes you to take action. It's a different way to say, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I sympathize. Like for instance, my manager was in Lagos, because my company is in Denmark, design market in Denmark, and he had to come to Lagos for the conference, right? Sometimes when we have meetings, I talk about how bad my internet is, or today I can't do this, there's no light, I have to go to the workspace. If I get to the workspace, Lagos traffic will go me for like 40 minutes, And to him, it sounded like an excuse because I was fortunate to visit them for the conference last September. And honestly, there were a lot of things that were so different. There was traffic, there was traffic out to your bicycle, the air was fresh, plenty things to make your mind calm, for you to think well. But here, there were other things that were hindering me from delivering my work effectively, right? And him coming over and exhibition, he was in the hotel and the hotel had network. It's so slow. Yes, that's what I'm telling you, right? It's so slow, it's full. Yes, sir, even with 5G. Even with 5G, tomorrow you will see the message. That's how the internet works here. Do you understand? Now it's different because when he got back, he texted me like, are you free to talk? How's your network? It was the first time, honestly, he was asking me like that, in that manner. And it was a different tone than what he had asked before. Why? Because he had experienced it. He was here, he lived my experience, right? So it's different, you're not being sympathetic. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for your loss. Now you've experienced it, you know what it means to have that loss, right? So when you're telling somebody, they understand because they know that you have felt that. So that's what research does. So when you do research and then you begin to find out about these people who have disabilities, cognitive disabilities, who may not necessarily have like access to certain tools or something, right? You begin to feel bad for them. And then you push yourself. One of the speakers at the conference said, design products or design content as though you're designing for yourself, for your older self. Think about it, the next 10 years, the next 50 years, if you're white, gray, but you want to still hit us up on X and update us on the latest dye for your white hair, stuff like that, right? But if there's no way, like Catherine said, if there's no text, how are you going to communicate that experience to us? We're not anywhere near you, right? So you need to begin to think about this thing because it causes you, when you do research, it causes you to feel empathetic, and then empathy drives you to make a change. Honestly, I hope it does because some people don't really care. Next slide, please. Why is copy relevant to conversion? A lot of times, why certain parts of the organization, for instance, like most of us that had to go through UX and fighting with people to get UX included in product development cycle, we understand that the fight is not an easy one. Why? Because they don't really think so much about most of these organizations that have UX writers or UX researchers. At first, what they were doing was just to follow the trend. They didn't really understand the impact of it, right? Because in their mind, you're not really building products, so you're not bringing us money. Because at the end of the day, the startup founder has to go back to his investors and let them know that, okay, this is how much we made, right, over this period of time. But if they cannot trace that your arm or the arm of the department that you're working in is bringing in money, it's not important to them. And that's why a lot of us are unpaid, not me though. Some of us are underpaid, sorry. Some people are underpaid, some people are not even paid, some people have been volunteering for 3 years and more. There's nothing wrong with that, don't mind me. There's nothing wrong with that. But like we need to stand our ground in our various departments and let them know that we are more than just writing content, we are beyond words. We bring money, and this is how we bring money. This is what we do that brings money to your company. In case you don't know, if there is no text on this app, nobody will use it. So please increase my salary by 20% because I brought in over 50 new users or something, right? So that's a conversation is what we're about to have. Next slide, please. So, why is copy relevant to conversion? People see copy first. Some people will argue, oh no, people see design first, people see patterns first. No, people see copy first, whether you like it or not. It's what I think Shalom was talking about, that it's kind of like the egg or the chicken, which one comes first, the chicken or the egg? Who cares? But here, I'll tell you that people see copy first. But then, which one comes first, copy or design? Well, it doesn't really matter. Truth is, it depends. But if you put copy first, you have less changes to make than when you put design first. Agree? Oh, thank God. So yeah, when you put copy first, you have less changes to make than when you think of design first. Why? Because copy drives tone, right? It lets you know how much content is going into this website. And that helps the designer to direct what they want to do. For instance, with WHO, we're currently working on something called the collaboratory, blah, 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 blah. So much technical things. But they want to create a digital environment for epidemic and pandemic experts to share resources, kind of like cloud-based stuff, right? And the designer that is working on that product, he has been stuck in a way. Because he knows the users, but he doesn't know what kind of content they will find useful, because it's an epidemic and pandemic called intelligence stuff, right? We think that what we're thinking of is, okay, people just want to come and share knowledge, but we've seen developers apply to be part of that community. So how can you serve a developer when it's not really doing anything, right? So those are things we begin to think about. And what I'm doing to help is to create or facilitate a workshop rather, for them to understand the user journey, the different journey that this persona takes. He did a good job of describing the persona. So now what I'm going to do is help him to design the experience for each of these users. So that way, he knows what content is relevant to them, and then he gets to design. Sorry, I was supposed to add that picture here. That's what I was telling you now. But I will send an updated slide. So yeah, that's exactly what happens. Next one is copy affects user journey affects experience drives customers. If people come in contact with your product and it's boring, for instance on Duolingo, how many people use Duolingo here? Yeah, Duolingo has a very friendly tone. At the end of the day, they'll tell you, well, you're not learning any language on that app, but every day you go back, there's incentive, there's a star, there's a leaderboard, there's just things to encourage you to continue. In fact, if you miss Duolingo for 3 weeks, he will chat you up. Hi, I missed you. Yes, right? Ask you what have you been, not see you for a while. Are you ready to take back your German course? Come back, we miss you. Something like a needy boyfriend, which some of us like. So yeah, so it affects user journey. If people come in and the login is complicated, there's no label tag, they don't know what to do. They will leave. If there's another product at your computer, they will go there, right? And user journey affects experience. If maybe I say, okay, I'm a stubborn user, I don't mind logging, let me go back and do another thing. And then I get to the home page, and your about is underneath the website. I mean, it's not even called about, it's called something else, one very long thing. Here's what you need to know about us. Here's this and that and that and that and that. For some products, that might sound useful, right? And that's why you need to do research to know your target users rather. So it affects experience. Because if I come into it and I'm confused, because probably it has a very nice aesthetics, but the texts, they're not something I can catch easily, because users don't read, users can. I'm just, If it doesn't catch my attention, I'm moving on. And that affects my experience. And if it affects my experience, if my friend tells me, oh, sorry. If my friend tells me, hi, I'm going to download this app, like, no, that app is not good, right? I had a very terrible experience. People chat. You know, I don't know if anybody knows Agape. Yes, and you spread it to your friends, right? Me, I don't like it. The experience of that app is not nice. The content is okay, but like the experience itself. And now that's where you have to bring balance. You have to work with a team of developers. You need to work with everybody to be able to plan these things, right? So content, UX researcher, product designer, developer, everybody has to sit together and begin to draft out this experience together. If you're working with a team and they say, okay, just write the copy and bring it, tell them no. I'm not giving you my copy if I'm not part of the team. Tell them, they'll let you. So because experience drives users, users are customers, customers bring money. So that's the bottom line. Next slide, please. So who is copy for? Next slide. You need it. Everybody needs copy. The stakeholders need copy. Their copy might not be the same as the user copy, but they need copy, they need content, they need you to simplify that research you've done. They need you to simplify it in a way that they understand and they want to put their money back into it. Your product owner needs you to define copy. Why is copy relevant to this product I'm doing? Define it for me. You have to. People need it. That's why I said you need it. I've not already started this, and actually I did this slide before. It's everybody. Everybody needs copy. Everybody is going to interact with copy one way or the other. Next slide, please. So gathering user insights, methods, and techniques. For you to be able to craft copy that converts, you have to do user research, and that's what this talk is about. Because user research helps to understand your users. When you understand your users, you design good experiences for them, create good content for them. When they interact with the content and they like it, they will tell their friends to come, and they'll bring more people, referral bonus, and then you too have your company bonus. So narrative analysis. Please go to the next slide, please. Sorry, please control this. So I will just look at you. Okay. So narrative analysis. Narrative analysis is a form of it's a user experience technique, right? It's a method of collecting data. In this way, sometimes you might not, well, that also has to do with ethical design principles. Sometimes you might go ahead and tell people, okay, I'm doing a research, right, and I need to answer these questions. And sometimes it affects their mindsets, their cognitive, and then they begin to allow bias to affect, depending on who you're asking. So a lot of people might tell you what you want to get because they're your friends, right? So for some of these things, especially when you're trying to find out about your product, it's just better to engage them in conversations. Just start talking to them. Oh, what product do you use for this thing? How do you find it? What's this? Like just a conversation that causes them to speak without really thinking about their answer. So when they don't really think about their answer, they're being more honest. From my experience, user behavior can change. Again, why research is important. So they begin to talk about those things. As they talk about it, you take notes. Always take notes when you're doing user research. Don't think you can listen completely. You're going to miss things out. Record and take notes. And then when you go back, you can begin to analyze what you have listened to. The next thing is usability testing. This is very important. You have to test your copy. People test prototypes of products. When I was designing, if you send me a design with Lorem Ipsum, I will send it back to you. Because that's not copy. What's going to be there? An example of what happened recently, my manager was around and he gave me his phone and I was texting somebody. I was trying to upload something or pay for something rather, and a yes or no came. His copy is in Danish because he's from Denmark, right? It's not in English. And I saw the call to action buttons. One was green and one was red. My mind, and the way I've interacted with products, the green is, depending on how you're looking at the interface, the green is on the left, the red is on the right. Red means danger, red means no, red means stop. Green says accept. That's my mind. That's what I think of whenever I see red and green. So immediately I pressed the green one. Guess what? Green was declined. And in my mind, I was like, I could have just asked this man which was yes or no. Why was that for me? That. Do you get it? But because I was like, what is a pattern I'm used to? User behavior change. Every day we are seeing on TikTok, Twitter, people are dragging, buying Dove soap as yogurt, people are dragging Hollandia. Users don't read. Users tend to follow patterns. They have that behavior. But until you do research for the particular product, we are dragging Hollandia, we don't know how much and how many hours we spent into doing research for that product, right? You might not like it, they know who likes it. Probably they did, but who are we to judge? We don't have that data, right? So that's exactly what it means to do research. So usability testing is important. Test the content with your users, not with your friends and family, not with your design team. Test it with the users who are people who are going to interact with this product. Card sorting. Card sorting it's a way of doing user research. Now, card sorting can happen in different ways. It can happen after the narrative analysis, after you finish talking to people, and then you get their data, and then you begin to sort, okay, these two are like, so these two should be under feature, these two are like, these two should be under design needs, these two are like, these two should be under like immediate to fix, nice to have. This is what I like about it, this is not what I like grouping those things. That's what, sorry, I have the image here, I should have added it, I'm so sorry. So that's what card sorting is. Now, card sorting can also be taken from, for instance, sorry, I didn't get your name. Hello, I didn't get your name. Melanie. Oh, so for instance, you say you go through like products, check their responses and all that, right? So you might not always have people to talk to, but you can go through people's feedback. When I was doing research, if I don't have people to talk to, I go to Apple Store, Play Store, and then I check on people that give them 1 star, check on people that give them 5 star, try to see what people were complaining about in that product and all of that. Oh my god, my time, oh gosh, I have to go faster than that. Okay, so 8 types I talked about is content mapping. Content mapping is also another way for you to design content that fits, right? Content mapping is basically organizing your content as you think they should be and then testing to see if it works that way. If it doesn't work, then you go back and iterate. The next thing is how user experience research can influence copy. Please, we have to focus that. Next slide. So, how user research can influence copy is, one, when you do research, you understand your brand's voice. In fact, as you're getting into the company, you understand their values, their goal, and the tone of voice that they use. Doing research helps to stick to that brand. It also helps you to drive empathy. We talked about that before. Provides insights into user behavior. User behavior change. People change. They change because either they are hungry that time or they are using your product. Because maybe if I'm hungry, my action is different. If I'm tired, my actions are very different. So it's always important to do research because it provides you insights into user behavior at that time. UX writers help tell story, help tell product story, help tell feature story, help tell stories in general. UX writers can work on different things, right? They don't necessarily have to work on the product. They can work, like I told you, I designed a magazine. I work with a design company that has a design magazine, and I design the magazine. I edit people's articles that go into the magazine. People that apply for my talk, when they send me their talk, I'm like, how would people perceive? Is it simple to understand? Like if I go to the conference website and I look at the talk description, is it simple to understand? I said no. I rearranged and then I sent it back to them. I'm like, okay, see, I taught you your talk a bit. Is this okay? Because I was thinking about the users and how they perceive it, right? I'm always thinking about users. It's my core. Next is creating UX that converts. How can you create UX that converts? Next slide. Clarity. People love clear instructions. Don't do this, don't do this. But here, when we hear don't do, we want to find out why we should not do. But a lot of times, being clear. So when you say don't do this, say don't do this because if you do this, this is the action, this is the consequence. People fear consequences, right? So that causes them to think differently. So when you say fall for page not found, why? You go further and you say because your network, have you checked your network? Maybe this is coming from our side. This is what you should do while we're waiting for to clear. That's creating copy that converts, not just telling them error, page not loading. Why is it, every time my network buys 5, why is it not loading, right? You need to go further to explain. Persuasion. Good copy persuades users to talk and tell their things, to take actions rather, and also increases engagement. I think I'm on the last, oh my god. I'm just going to brush to the next slide. Can you go to technological influences? So yeah, finally technological influences and future of copy creation. Next one. How people are scared that AI is going to take your jobs? Good, because they cannot take your job. You can always identify a robot from a person. There's no empathy. Now they are trying to design empathy into AI, but it's not going to work. It's not going to work because there are certain things that happen when you interact with products. For instance, now I want to change your mindset about UX research and creating copies. You know you can be a chatbot writer. Do you know that? Yeah, because I've interacted with some bots or some products that their bots are annoying, and I just want to move on because you're not giving me the copy that I need. You're not giving me the content I need, and I cannot even chat your customer service because you want me to interact with bots first. So, but sometimes if you think about these users and you start fixing chatbot conversations, you make interactions with the product easy. User authentications, guiding users to make two-factor authentication actions. A lot of us don't like to do that. Some people don't even have their two-factor authentication set. But if you tell them why, and you give them the steps, there's a product I like, Tunnel Clear. It's a VPN product. I really, really love the interface, the structure. They use icons, they use images, and they use text to communicate, and it's actually a very fun platform. Another platform like that is Butter. Butter is a virtual platform. And then voice user interface. A lot of these interactions now, the last one, this and the last one. A lot of websites now are going into voice user interface. I don't know if anybody has watched or interacted with the Netflix programs that have screen interactions or interactive interfaces where they say move next here. So whatever action you take, even in Netflix, so Netflix has been able to adopt these things. Some products are beginning to adopt it, where if you say yes, you go to a whole different interface altogether. If you say no, you go to a whole. So you have a lot of work to do. You need to upskill, you need to catch up with these technologies. Don't be scared of them. Use them. They are your allies, right? Not your adversaries. So you have to learn how to use them as a UX writer because that was your strength. And I think that's the end. Yeah, so that's all. But I'm going to share my slide. On the slides, they are more simplified and they have images. I told Janelle that I would take more than 30 minutes. But I'm sorry. But yeah, if you have any questions. Does anyone have questions?
I think so. Please let's put our hands together for I get once more. Oh, okay. Can we just make it very snappy?
When you say for UX researchers or for UX writers, what tools do you need? Okay, I'm going to from UX research because it depends on your company, right? A lot of times we have, because I work with open source, we have open source tools that collect data. So all I have to do is go through those tools and then check the data and all that. Sometimes I don't have access to those data because of user security, especially for the WHO, they don't give out data because a lot of times it's related to like health organizations and stuff. But most of the time, I do research more on data that's made available to me. Do you understand? But for normal tools from collecting data, it's mainly like research tools that you can use to ask questions like for MailChimp and all that. But when it comes to analyzing, I use Miro tools to like design all those experiences. Figma, I've not put that for a very long time. But my major tool is Miro, and then I get data given to me. Do you understand? But I can show you some other things maybe after the session, right?
We can't take any more questions. I'm
No,
sorry. You could just meet up with later. Please let's put our hands together again for the beautiful round. Let's put our hands together for okay. So our time is fast spent and we're going to be going on a break very soon. But before we do that, we'd love to play a quick game. And this is going to be like the last one we played. It's going to be more of a group game. It's going to be more of a group game. Can we have the QR code on the screen? Hi, thank you. So, how many of us has played charade before? Charade. It's only working English people. It's only writing English people. Okay, how many of us has played charade? Okay, so it's again very, very similar to charade. Don't worry, this is not the game, actually, but just to scan it. So it's again very similar to charade. So this is the way it's going to work. We're going to divide ourselves into two groups, and seats were seated like this. Everybody from this side is going to be a group, and you tell me your group name, so come up with a group name, and everybody from this side is going to be the second group. So pick a group name among yourselves, and you're going to be playing together as a group. And possibly the group that wins the game will get extra chicken on their lunch or something. I don't know what the plan for is that. So, can we quickly do it? Pick a group name among yourselves and let me know what the group name is. Let's make it snap. Let's make it just a few minutes. We have a group work together. Everybody like this. Everybody like this is a group. Everybody like this is a group. Let's let's make it fast. Let's make it fast. I will name you people. I'm going to name you people. Alright, so can we count down, please? What is my media personality? You people you're all equal like this, so there is division among you. These are two groups, everybody like this is a group, everybody like this is another group. How do you count down, please? Yeah, you guys are trying. So it's a very simple game. What's the name of the game?
Team Black. This we have like.
We can be Sparkle, which is better. Team Black or Sparkle?
Team Black. What is Sparkle?
There's a lot of work.
What? Sparkles. Why are you talking there? So we have floating berries, right? And we have sparkles. So it's very simple. You're going to be working as a team. So you're going to pick somebody that is going to represent you, just one representative. You can always change the person. You're going to pick one representative. And let me explain the game first before you choose your representative. So it's simple. You're all going to pick one of these cards. I hope everybody can see it. You're going to pick one of these cards. And on these cards, there are some words on it. So the word in red that is boldly written is the word you have to describe. So the word here is podcast. So you have to come out and describe or explain podcast to your group without mentioning the word. There are like 100 cards here. You guys should chill. Don't worry. By the time I give you domestical, you come and explain domestical. So you explain podcast without mentioning the word anchor, without mentioning the word iPad, without mentioning the word Twitter Space or Google Podcasts. Do you understand? You can do anything. You can use your voice, you can roll on the floor, literally anything. Anything to explain. So let me give you another one. For instance, here we have Top Town. So you come here and describe Top Town without mentioning Top Talent, without mentioning Upwork, without mentioning Find Jobs, without mentioning Global Remote Company or freelancing platform. Do we all get the game? Do we all get the game? Now each team has just 60 seconds to make these guesses. And now here's the caveat to it. If you mention any of the forbidden words, your team loses a card. Do we get that? I'm telling you now so that I will not fight. No, you can't talk. You can talk, yeah. You can talk. Without saying any of the forbidden words. Yeah. How do you spell? You cannot spell. Don't say the thing starts with this letter. And you can only speak English. Please. You can only speak English. Do you all understand? So let's do a quick dry one. Please send your representative. Let's do a dry one before we go into it. Who should send a representative? Please let's balance together for card. Team Sparkles, I mean. Please, Sparkles. It's not your team, I don't know why you are clapping. So you understand how the game works, right? So you pick a card and the countdown starts. You have just 60 seconds, so as many as possible. No, you're not displaying. You have this, for example, you have to describe Top Town without mentioning any of this word. Do you get that? Very simple.
I will describe.
Yeah.
Without mentioning.
Without mentioning any of this. Yeah. So, chill. Are you ready? Alright, please, let's have it. So, yeah. Please, let's have it. Okay. You can do it. I trust in you. I'm sorry. Oh, wow. You can pick another card if it's too difficult, yeah? It's wicked. Sorry. 5 more seconds. Do you see how simple it is? We all get it. So the first one was glass door. The second one was domestic cow. The third one was gamification. And the last one was for Sarah. So, do you guys understand? You guys want to do a test one here too? Let's do a test one. Don't test one, Abby. Okay, so we're going to start. Yeah? The idea is to discard as many cards successfully before your time comes down. So are we all good? Can we start now?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys are going to start. Send your representative. Please, okay. So as many as possible. Once you pick the card, please start the countdown. Thank you.
Wow. You walk from your desk.
I'm sorry, there's work there. Pick your next card. This is work. Please pick your next card. Okay.
I don't know that one. He's very rich. Right? He's very rich. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, one. We use it to learn German. Like you know Enyolua? Yeah. What that brand he works with? Like we're going to guys, let me get that here. Video game. Is this a test? Video game.
You guys want 3 cards, right? Yeah. So this is your card. But then the first one you mentioned one of the forbidden words, right? I'm the games master. I don't do decisions here. Okay, so you have to give me one of the cards back. Thank you. You guys have a representative here? Yes. Oh yeah, please come forward. We don't have so much time. Okay. Everyone should give me back now. You give me the card back because you guys mentioned it for me. People will feel it back. Yeah. So are you ready? You're picking from this one. Alright. Can we start the timer? Please we will be ready to check time.
Owner of WhatsApp, Instagram,
Okay.
No. The other company. Meta. Can you see my screen?
Zoom.
Jumia, but the Oyibo one. No, that one. No, there's another one.
Let's go to the next card.
That was actually very simple. Shopify.
Sure.
You are distracting now.
Okay.
Okay, you mentioned something before. When I was talking like the other thing. Mark. Alibaba. Amazon something.
Okay, so you got how many? You got 2. You got Zoom and you got Meta. But then she mentioned Instagram, and Instagram is a forbidden word. You said WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook. You mentioned Instagram, so you have just 1 card. So put your hands together for yourself. Yeah. Who's representing this team here? No, all of you. Who's representing? Please come forward. I hope our food is ready so that after all this energy has gone, you have something. Yeah, you understand how the game is played, I mean. Alright, let's make it fast. Yeah. Okay?
Company. Like every go to. The design company.
Giga
No, it's a US company.
Tesla.
No. SpaceX. No. The same rockets.
NASA.
It's a fruit, but it's also a apple.
Okay.
Good one.
You have 30 more
Use
seconds.
it
right?
to play Call of Duty.
Pads.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Next one. Because I don't like to know, but then.
The one that visual, but they sell stuff on it. What they sell on it? No, they sell pictures, they sell art on it.
This thing.
5, 4.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you guys mentioned pre, but then she mentioned play. You mentioned play. You are describing PlayStation. See play there. Play is part of what you are describing. So see it now.
We did not agree.
There's no freaking play.
What are you describing?
PlayStation is different from play.
Is PlayStation different from play? Is it not different from play? I'm the games master, so I made the decision. So please let's try together for them. Okay, chill. The word you are supposed to describe, are you supposed to mention it?
PlayStation is not.
No. Do you guys have a representative yet? Let's have a representative. Please put your hands together for it. Let him come out. How many of you flyers? How many cards do you guys have now?
You don't know.
You don't even know. You don't have any cards. How many cards do you guys have now? The winner's mindset now. You need cards. Please come forward. Alright, let's go. Can we start the countdown, please? Okay. This is very simple.
Okay, so that after if you
It's very simple, guys.
Let's go to the next card.
Piggy vest.
where you can get no. Sorry. Where you can get okay, people can book to talk to you.
They got it already now.
Calendar.
Okay. Better representative because I don't understand. The first one was Play Store. The second one was Piggy Vest, and there was Audio Mark. Okay. But anyway, you guys got Calendly, so I'll give you Calendly. Do you guys have a representative yet? Yes, okay. Alright. Can we have the timer? Because I don't trust you. Alright, let's start. Okay.
Pitch an album to put your written pieces out.
Wow, okay.
What of the old social media platforms? Facebook. For watching film.
Are you missing your mates?
They produce a a lot of electric gadgets.
Isis, Samsung,
Panasonic.
Nokia.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. Well, you guys got 3 cards. You guys got 2 cards. You got Facebook.
And I did not listen.
Okay. How many cards do you guys have now? 7. How many guys do you have? Top. Be proud. Be proud. It's okay. Failure is not. It's not. No worry. So who's your representative now? People are even scared of coming out. You do it. You're supposed to put ginger now. You should have came out. Not let anyone. Okay. Okay, please. Let's have the timer. Oh yeah. Okay.
For sending out clients to customers, mail service. You need to listen to like Spotify.
You guys are waking up now. Okay.
I think it's the same. A brand like they sell really cheap electronics.
Shopify.
Power bank.
Okay.
It's a kind of just like you have Apple phones. It's another brand.
Android.
Ah.
I think I've seen your cards.
Why did people not send that out since?
It's a kind of they are a creature and they are very.
You have 5 more seconds. 2 more seconds. Do all your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. You guys do not talk to stars. Okay, pick your card. So we have just small rounds, so wait. Okay? Alright. They can't get it, don't bother. You have 15 more seconds, Sha.
They come and store to buy them. Where is that?
You can't do it to you. Microphone. Okay, one. Six. Pick another one. Pick another one.
A conference.
Red.
Red.
Telex. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, you can get that one. You win some and you
Pick another one.
No, you
X,
say.
the owner of.
Former.
So you want 3, but from one of them that was described, he mentioned the forbidden word.
Which is what?
You said design. You said design.
An HR app without the HR. Thank you. Wow, nice. Yeah, stop over. Yeah. Like to store GitHub. Thank you.
They are coming for you.
It's used to share files. It's a very jolly. Thank you. It's used for no.
You have just 8 more seconds, yeah?
Just give it a shot.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time
You say our time at 1 second. Please, tell them the time.
You want 3 cats now? And I took one back. That's why I need the microphone on.
No, it's okay. What's the issue?
That one is drink now. Anyway, everyone is that's why you guys want to everybody are now. You see, it's not about when you start. Who's your last representative? This is the last round, bro. Who's your last representative? Are you really sure of Olamide again? Are you sure? So you guys have 9, right? And you have just, 7, But you guys have 9 as well.
We have 9 as well.
We have 9.
9. Okay, so are you sure Olamide?
Give me your team members.
You should know that. You should know that if you fail, it's Olamide's fault. Anyway, so the party of you guys started very well,
Yes.
and you might not end well. Alright, so let's start. Please. Yes, last one.
GSM brand.
Samsung.
MTN.
Okay, good.
Okay.
People that come into your Google meetings to make noise.
Noisemakers.
Something they use for internet, a device.
Broadband.
LAN cable.
Wi-Fi.
USB.
Keep going.
It's like a flash drive.
It's like a modem. Did we get it?
Modem, yes.
Good.
Something for taking pictures.
Drone. Keep going. One more.
The company that Boston Tijani just partnered with to put code clubs around.
What's that?
Time
There's a minus there.
I'll hold on to this one.
There's a minus there.
I am against master. Now, how many representative? Are you ready?
For a while, to just chill for a while. Game box, game loud. Thank you. It has these fruits that are beaten from inside at the back. Okay, yes.
We got down.
No, our position is there.
It's like a game.
First of all, you guys mentioned FIFA, and in the forbidden word, there's association.
Thank you.
Then you said, what did you say? What did you say? Bongo, what did you say?
Which one is that?
The last one you guys
And
were.
I was for branding.
Your time was over.
Game master. Can I say something?
No.
I'm going to ask the person that was in charge of the time. So,
Yes,
what
I
time?
answered
They are from Latin.
We need to
We're in charge of the time. So, anything that happens, people meet to any of us. Was it mentioned before the time was
Which is wrong for them to do?
Let's relax. I'm the games master and I want to find a decision. Okay? This is all a game. It is just game. How do you do this?
She finished what you didn't
How do you do this?
Yes.
I don't want to break it.
I'm going to have a winner. There's no doubt. I'm going to have a winner. But I'm sorry I cannot give it to you. So I'm going to count the cards together. So can we have the cards, please? No, count it, count. Let's all see.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Now we have your cards here.
So we want to protect.
1,
Oh yeah.
2.
No, you haven't started.
You never had the roast last time.
Oh yeah. Everyone is in team. So this team, Sparkles, I was in this team. I have your card here with me, so we'll count together. So this is what?
10. Okay. 11. 12.
You don't trust me.
How will I trust you?
Until Sparkles.
Before we started timer, we didn't
We didn't make any noise.
Since Sparkles, this is your card here.
We have 5 seconds.
It's your fault for not making noise. 10.
We didn't make noise.
11.
Minus that one.
They got League D, they got chess, they got Abby and
Chess here.
Yes. So is everybody that wants to give an appreciation speech?
Nobody. I don't take it. There's no time for
So we're going to be going on a quick break now. We're going to have lunch being served. Sorry? Oh, yeah, it's okay. Please put your hands together for them. So please just sit down, we're going to have your meal pass across to you, and after that we'll continue the session. So can we have some music while that is going on? Who's helping with the food? If it's remaining, you can give some of them to Sha, so don't leave them out. Alright, please, can we have some slight music while we
Good afternoon, everyone. Any other person wants to share with the guests what he learned about the person? Who did you meet? Yeah, who did you meet? What did you learn about the person? Okay, alright, thank you. I'm glad that we're able to make meaningful connections from that session. So, we're going to be going to the next session where we're going to be having industry experts up here and talk about specific topics. But before we do that, I want to take a general selfie now. So, I'll invite us all to bring out our phones. I would invite everybody to bring out their phones, specifically Android. Okay, so please bring out your Android phones. I want to take a selfie now. Because that is very bad. Yeah, so please bring out your Android phones, please. Please bring out your. Please, has everybody eaten? Has everybody gotten something to eat? We need tea. Have you guys all eaten? We need tea. Have you guys all eaten? We need tea. Have you guys all eaten? Who should come now? You guys have eaten now? Satisfied? You need more, Abi? So there's a lady you need. If you've not eaten, just reach out to her. Just reach out to her. In case you have not eaten here, let the hunger inspire you to become better. Let that hunger be the driving force to become better. So please, how many of you got our phones? How many got our phones? How many got our phones, please? So once you take a selfie down and it's going to rest, please let everybody bring out their phones. If you are using iPhone, bring it out. If you are using iPhone, what? If you are using iPhone, bring it out. If you are using iPhone, if you are using Android, just use what they want. Because when I said iPhone, they are based on iPhone. I'm talking of Samsung, Pixel. So what we're going to do is simple. We're going to take a selfie together, and I'm just going to take call and response. I'm going to say beyond words. What are you going to say? Yeah, you're right. Okay. So I'm just going to say beyond words. I'm going to say. Did you guys hear them? So we're going to take a video now, a selfie video, and I'm going to make a call and you will respond. So I will say beyond words, you will say, come on. You guys are eating now, what's the problem? What's the problem? Okay, so I'm going to do it again. I'm going to call beyond words and you're going to respond. Beyond words.
Using content to design experiences.
Beyond words.
Using content to design
Okay, so we're going to do that now. Please bring out your phones. It's going to be a video. So we're just going to do a test one again. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond words.
Using content to design experiences.
Beyond words.
Using content to design experiences.
Beyond words.
Using content to design experiences.
Put your hands together for yourselves. Put your hands together for yourselves. That was beautiful. Put your hands together for yourselves. Come on. Okay. So we're going to be going to the panel session now. I'm going to be having one of our community members anchor this session. The way it's going to run, we're going to have industry experts and thought leaders up here. We're going to discuss a particular topic. And there's going to be room for questions after they are done. So as much as possible, try to take notes, try to jot things down from the conversation so that when they are done, you'll be able to ask simple questions. So please join me as I welcome the moderator for the panel session. Mimi, let's put our hands together for our host.
When we started the event,
tasks. You know, it's okay to be a specialist. It's okay to be I-shaped. It's okay to have a throwback of all the knowledge put together. But if you take and do this task, it gives you a better understanding. It gives you what's the word? Pardon me, English is not my first language. It gives you a broader understanding of the user journey. So you're able to understand these people on two ends, which are very important part of the user experience. So yeah.
Thank you. So my next question is for you, Rachel. How do you onboard a UX writer into your team?
Okay, so I think the first thing that I would do is to help them understand how the product works, basically, because you can't start writing or creating an experience for users with your words if you don't really know how the product works. So whatever history the product has, documentation, processes, user journeys, whatever it is, I will help them to understand how the product works. Then secondly also is getting them to feel or be a part of a team. I think it was Victory Brown that said something, or she referenced what she said, how that before now, UX writers, you just leave them out, and it's when you now need them to write something, you not tell them to write. But instead, what if I bring them in from the beginning of the journey, even be doing the research process when I'm talking to users, while my designer is doing the call, I can also bring the writer in there. When I have my documentation set, I'm bringing them into all of that. So I've talked about getting them to understand how the product works, also bringing them into conversations where they get to know the problem from the very start, right? Then another thing I would do to onboard a user, so a UX writer into my team, is to help stakeholders embrace them better, because UX writing is not really a thing yet in Nigeria. And I remember telling Kat when I came in, like, my God, I think I'll be an advocate for this, because most times you find out in companies, it's the product managers and product designers that are bothered with companies. They don't really see the need yet for UX writers. So I would educate stakeholders to see them as a voice, right? And then another thing again, last thing I would do is get them to understand the brand guide of the company. You can't, as much as we would embrace your creativity, as much as we would embrace your use of language, it has to be in line with the company's vision, their brand, so that you're not writing things that is different from what the company wants to be known for. So those are some of the things I would do.
Sorry. So my next question is for you. So I want to know what you think about how UX writers can position themselves to have a desk in product. Because like she said, UX writing is not really common in Nigeria and it's hard to convince people. But what do you think we can do as UX writers to have a better and stronger voice in the product?
Okay, when I saw that question, first thing that came to my head was fights. So what you can do is, I think first position yourself to your product owners, to your team, as someone of value. What that means is beyond words and into more of letting them know that you also, like I said, you bring money to this company. People value, organizations, product owners value people that will help them to market their work, and in turn getting returns and getting money back, right? So position yourself as that. How can you do that? Upskill, right? Don't just be a UX writer, be an outstanding UX writer. The difference between you and an extraordinary person is that extra that you put in. So you have UX writing community as somewhere to start, right? How can you better yourself being in that community? You can take leadership roles, because that also helps. I was talking to someone yesterday, I was talking about how designers, it's until you are a design lead that's when you make it in life. And how can you be a design lead if you're only designing interfaces, UI, UX, right? It's by going that extra, doing something that makes you different from other UX writers. And in a company, they will value you more when they see over time that you have made impact. How can you make impact? For one, as a UX researcher or as a UX writer, I would employ you to do and dabble in some UX research. Add that to the list of skills that you have. When you begin to say, okay, we need to test this, you start to use corporate grammar. You know, people like have used it and you have seen the returns from it. For instance, you're doing testing. You begin to say, oh, because what they think you do is right, is right. Tell them, okay, I think we should conduct an A&B test. Your product data might ask us an A&B test. It's okay. So we need to understand user behavior and how they interact with this product that we are making, right? So I think we should run a holistic evaluation on this product. Oh, that sounds nice. How much goes into it? You call. Tell them this is what we want. This is the budget for this UX writing team because we want to do a research to improve our copy because we have found out this and that. They will begin to take you serious. And over time, you begin to tell them, okay, last time when you sent money for this or we did this holistic evaluation and we found out this, right? We want to take our copy into the next level. This is what we are offering, and this is the feedback that we got. Because I think someone at the conference was talking about how Netflix lost millions of dollars just because they removed the step 1, step 2, step 3 from their login. They lost millions of dollars because people were like, oh, there's no step, like, how far do I have to, you know what that thing does? When you say 2 out of 3, it tells me that, okay, I just have one more form to fill. But they took it out, and because of that, they had low login, low sign up, and they lost a lot of money. So you begin to think of all of these things, and you position yourself. If it's to write documentation, you're a UX writer. To write is not supposed to be a challenge for you, right? You write it and then you present it. You present it the first time, they reject it. You go back, you draft it and see how you can adjust it, maybe adjust it to work without funding. And then if you do it without funding and it brings fund, add it as part of your next proposal. Say, okay, last time when we did this, look at the increase. Follow, as much as you are working with the design team, also follow up with the marketing team, right? Follow up with the UX research team. So they want to see what has been going on, even on social media. What has been our engagement like? What are people, which posts people interact with more? How can we make use of those posts to better our content outside of social media and also on our website platform? So I think those are ways that you can also like help yourself.
So yeah, my question for you is, so you're a software developer and you probably had an idea of working with the UX writer design. So what do you think your experience has been generally? What are the problems that you have faced or that you think a lot of software developers face, and how do you think this issue should be addressed?
Okay, so when it comes to the collaboration between software developers and UX writers, one thing I have to point out is the size of the team matters a lot. Okay, the challenges a big organization face is different from when you're working with a small team, and then you have just the software developer. The software developer now, you have the front end developer, then you have a product designer, and you have somebody that just comes to just copy. So the challenges that these two categories tend to face are actually different. Okay, for a smaller team, there's usually this thing of trying to understand what the exact role of the UX writer is. Okay, so the software developer tries to, what's this person doing? Just put it inside of the design, the way we design the design, give it to me. Not you coming to request for access to, you want to change this copy, change this is for R, or just underline this word that you fixed there, it's too big, change it. Okay, so there is all of those things that makes it difficult for a software developer, because when a developer is done developing something, you actually need to go back depending on the issue. But when you always come back to it to tweak things, it becomes a form of conflict. Okay? But for a larger team, it's now boiling down to how do I call it? For a larger team, it's now boiling down to the product designer, the product, the UX writer itself, and the software developer. Now, for a larger team, the UX writer relates less with the software developer than with the product designer, because there is a clear hierarchy of communication, and whatever is getting to the software developer is more or less a finished product. So they're already saying, okay, this is something that is finished, so I'm only supposed to just replicate this and push out. Okay, so for a larger team, majority of the conflict has to be, it's usually between the product designer and UX writer. Let them sort out their issue. Let them know quickly inside of the issue. Okay, but for a smaller team, is that you're trying to understand what exactly is this person doing. Just do everything once and give it to me. not to come in every time to come and tell me.
Okay, so how do you think like that, especially those smaller things, can be fixed? Because there was an instance where I had to like write up the website, and then there were error messages, and then I reached out something but alpha, this error message, you can't have people see that thank you, or something about the field, they don't know the required field, stuff like that, and then they were just like, well, putting the website out tomorrow, you can I couldn't say anything. So like, what do you think I can do as a leader? And what do you think is such a to make like that process seamless?
Now, with respect to that, I would recommend 2 or 3 things. The first one is, like she said, you have to project yourself to be valuable. Okay, I have to understand what your role is and see the value of your role for me to accept certain things from you. Okay, so make yourself valuable and ensure this other people understand what exactly you're bringing to the table, what exactly you're doing. Okay, the other aspect is early integration as well. Okay, now it is different when you are coming in when the product is already completed than when you come in the initial phase. Okay, it is 2 different things. Okay, so early integration also matters. And then, okay, let's say you are in now, you've seen the changes. Try to document the changes and propose it once. In the sense that, don't come today and tell me there's an error on page A. Tomorrow you now come and tell me in the about page, this is supposed to be A. Next week you now come and tell me there is one word that you're not supposed to use. Okay? Take the time to go through the product in itself and document all of the changes you want at a time. So you're not requesting for small changes. It's now all of the changes you want is documented once, and then you can now push to him. And then in pushing to him, communication now matters. How you push to him matters, okay? Are 2 of you on the same level, or it's you coming in as somebody that just said, yeah, come and write this copy. Okay, clear communication matters. How you talk to the person, how you communicate, how that you want these changes to be made actually matters a lot. So I think with that can go a long way.
Yeah, alright.
Can I add something?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so to avoid that, you have to test the copy. Because you cannot meet a software developer after they finish like probably coding and building the website, and you want to, maybe the reason why they haven't like launched it yet is probably because I don't know all these technical terms for developer, maybe the host or the server is loading or something, right? And that's why it's important to test the copy. You test the copy before you make sure that what you are sending to the developer is final without error. And the only way you can find out is if you conduct those tests and you test it with the users. Probably on your server it's working, but when people in the public use it, there's an issue, right? So you have to test it there in whatever circle you have with the users before you push it on.
Alright, thank you. So my next question is from Richard. Yes. So when I asked my first question, you said stuff about like we onboarding, speaking to stakeholders, trying to get them to understand. So like my next question is basically, what are the challenges you face with onboarding UX writers? Because I know that it is a tough because most people can't see what you want to do. So like what are the challenges you face and how do you face them?
Okay, so I remember saying something earlier that UX writing is something that remains traces over here. So where I work right now, it's more on the product manager product designer students to facilitate UX writing. So which is why I came from the angle that if I were to bring in a UX writer, I would really advocate for stakeholders to embrace them, because there is a lot that I go through in my product development process right now. Because of the niche which my product serves, I haven't learned some things about that niche just to write to suit them. But if I had a UX writer, right? So and that's even something that can serve as a platform for me to encourage stakeholders to embrace them. These guys already they are are user-centric, and if their words, they are going to curate a good experience for our users on this product. So we need to let them know on this. Then another thing again is even the team you're going to be working with. You mentioned something, you already have your developers, you have your designers, you have your product manager. It may look like your UX writer doesn't really have a voice, but imagine, I talked about an experience I was mentioning the product. I was going to order something and next thing something found. And I'm like, bro, if you guys had a UX writer, I would not be saying this. Twitter, you see some tweets where you say things like, maybe somebody said they had maybe what we're trying to do in a particular product was not successful, but the beautiful error message they saw, like it just sucked into their hearts, right? So within my team also, when I talk to my teammates, my developers, I'll let them know that imagine if you were the user of this product and you saw this kind of thing, right? But now there's somebody here that can solve that kind of problem for our users. So why not let them have their way in? And and like you also said, bringing them. Okay, I think I'll leave that out of this context. But those are like two key things that I would do. Helping my team to embrace the UX writer, and even it's how I can achieve this basically is posturing them in a good light, because they are here to make my users have the best experience on my product.
Alright, thank you. Okay, so still speaking about this designers and developers thing, I want to know what your experience has been like working with designers and developers. What are the problems you have encountered personally, and how did you like to fix them?
Okay, so I think that I do a lot of collaboration, and one thing is that not everybody is, I want to be very clinical, not everybody thinks like you. Life does not work the way it works inside your head, so you have like this goal, you have your design process, you have the goal that you want to work with, and then all your designer cares about is how it's beautiful, how it's going to add to its portfolio. And you're like, no, I need you to see that this is what works, not what you think is. So one thing I've always faced is that we're not always aligned, and that always happens with design and accessibility and copy. So I have to take the extra time to explain to them why this has to go this way, why we have to do it like this. It's not for me, right? Even though I'm championing the process, it's not for me, it's for like the users, and that's one of the challenges. And another challenge is if you work on a team, like I did some time back, you get to the decision process very late. Everybody thinks that you have become a product janitor. I mean, sorry, but like I have to say this. Content people, content designers, they've been reduced to product janitors. So they don't bring you on early, right? They bring you at a stage where you, the designer and developer, will come and be fighting. You get this is very personal. But yeah, like that is also one of the challenges that I have faced. The first one, we're not always aligned. The second one, we always have a squabble because we come in late. And how I have been able to get over this is to create my design process. And my design process involves, planning the kind of content that I want, planning the time frames, planning, planning the time frames basically, and how it is supposed to run through. And also, basically because I always put out the goals, like this is what we're working with, right? And tell me if you can work with this. If you can't work with this, let's look for a common ground. That's one of the things that I go through.
All right, thank you. So yeah, you have my next question. So I want to know, like, what do you think about the collaboration between software developers and UX writers? Do you think it improves the overall experience of the team and of the app itself? And basically, Sha, what's your opinion about that?
Okay. Collaboration has a way of improving things generally. Okay. But with respect to that, I think also, it's this question I always pose: who understands the capacity of the product more? Is he the software developer, or the product designer, or the UX writer? Is that? Exactly. Did you guys get the question? Who understands the capacity of the product more? The software developer, or the product designer, or the UX writer or researcher? Who does? You said?
I think it's supposed to be for everybody. Everybody needs to understand the capacity.
True, everybody's supposed to understand the capacity, but in reality, the software developer understands the current capacity of the product at that point.
When you say capacity, what do you mean?
What the product can do at that point. The UX researcher understands what it is supposed to do. Alright? So there's a difference between what the product is supposed to do and what the product is doing. Okay? So a UX writer coming in now and you're writing something, the words you use, when you as a software developer, you're looking at it, it's like, now we develop this one. Not be me, like. So what is being explained that this does is different from the reality of it. Okay? So that also comes in. UX writers, when you want to work on, especially for a mobile application, for web platforms, okay, a product, okay, go the extra mile to understand the capacity of the product in itself, okay, because what the product can do and what the product is doing at that point are two different things, okay, and also, that's also where clear documentation comes. I am a, how do I put it, I'm a freak for when it comes to documentation. Because I love things being documented. Okay, so for most of the startups I work with, when it comes to product building, I'm a fan of let's get to the market quickly. Okay, so there are certain features that are left for future upgrades. Okay, there are certain features that are left for future upgrades. But all of these things, what the current product now is doing, what the next upgrade is supposed to do, what the next upgrade is supposed to do, they're all documented. So in that way, everybody can see, okay, at this point now, though our product is supposed to be doing ABC, but right now, since we wanted to get to the market on time, it is only doing A. So you understand it and you're able to write effective documentations that are effective content, okay, that explains accurately what the product does. Okay? So, so that's it.
I have one question based on what you said.
That's right.
So you said as UX writers, you have to understand capacity of the product. How would that happen for a UX writer?
First of all is documentation first, okay? There should be documentations, just like we advise designers, before you design, ask your clients for PRDs, okay? Software developers, we ask for SRS. Okay, so there has to be documentations that you request for you to understand the product and what the product is doing at that particular time. One of the conflicts that I had early on with the UX writer is, what is in your head? What is in your head is you're making assumptions. Okay, so I know you're the UX writer and you know how to coin words and fix, but come back to reality.
Do you say we coin after being in this?
Don't fight it to me, okay? But you get what I'm trying to say.
No.
So make don't fight it to me, please, yeah? Okay? So you have to try to make less assumption and go the extra mile of understanding the product. So you understand the product through the available documentation, and also talk to, if it's a larger team, there will always be a designer and there will be a software developer. Go the extra mile of scheduling a meeting with them, okay, to just have a conversation with them, for them to... Communication matters. How you structure how you want to have the meeting matters. So if you build rapport with them, it is easier for you to have all of those discussions and have all of those meetings. Okay? So that's it. So you might just do this.
Okay.
You want to attack me?
No.
You want to add something? Alright.
I also think that it's an existing product. I don't think there's anything stopping UX writers from using the product themselves. Because I feel like if you use the product, you will have the words to help users know how to use it. So there is a limit to what, I like to say there's a limit to what documentation can do, especially if it's an existing product. What stops me from running that end-to-end training? And when I know what it feels like, I can use words, concise words to communicate what users can do. What did you say? Of course, that's why I'm part of the product team. That's why
Do you hear? Fight for it.
Okay, so I wanted to add to what you said. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
But yeah, I think one of the reasons why we always have, as UX writers, content designers, we always have squabbles with these guys. Sorry, these guys. But yeah, it's because when we get into a team, you know, an already functioning team, especially halfway, UX writers always want to revolutionize the team. You want to go in headstrong. You see, the thing is, you can't always go in headstrong and be all about your users. You're working into a team that's already been functioning before you got there. The first thing to do is understand what your team needs at that point in time. If you're able to understand what your team needs at that point in time, you reduce the chances of squabbles and drags and all of that. So you understand what your team needs, what they're working on, and see how you can sort them out. Then it's much easier for you to now say, these things I have provided you with, now let's make it better for the users before we carry it out. I hope that helps.
It's called quick wins. Quick wins.
My last question, or I think I want us to take one question from the audience, just one. So who has it? Okay.
So thank you everybody for this. I'm really grateful to be here because I really opened my mind to a lot of things. My question is, I'm sorry I'm looking at you, but my question my question is to everybody, right? So I'm listening to all of this discourse I'm hearing. That's how this thing of UX writers revolving around the lives of a real person. So that's though they bring you in, but you're subject to a real person's time. It's like, and shadowing, it's like shadowing with the developer. Okay. The question is now that in agile teams, when things are supposed to go this way, but it's like, do you run agile teams in our teams too? Yeah. So for instance, an agile team, there's not a new UX writer. That's why they came to do janitor. They did not bring it in, right? But now they are there in that circle. So at each increment, you are going through things, you go down. Why isn't the back end guys very open to that circle? Why do you feel like once you're done with your stuff, especially if it's an agile team, why can't you take that feedback? Where is the place of, I guess my question, where is the place of iteration and the UX writers process in your existing process as a process of the entire team? Do you get my point? It's not a waterfall. I keep hearing, okay, they've done this, so now you're not coming from here. Is it waterfall we're doing here, agile? So I'm thinking that, you know, everybody should open to the fact that the end goal is to make the product work. So how do we, I guess my question is, how do we work together effectively? Yes, that's my question.
Thank you. I want you to answer.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to answer this because I have quite similar experience with that. When I got into open source, my first project was with the Linux Foundation Public Health. We were building a COVID-19 tracing application called Herald. When I got into the project, I was scouting for open source projects to contribute, so I got into it. To cut the long story short, I met a bunch of developers. Like they surrounded me. Bunch of developers, and they were like 15 years experience, 10 years experience, and it was just me without any health background. I came from English, I studied English in school, and I was entering COVID-19, so it was just very complicated. So what they did, they presented me with a Miro board. So you want to contribute as a designer? Okay, this is a Miro board. And then on the Miro board, they were just like, I don't know how to explain it, but kind of like designs of, not interfaces, rather products, like you can see like a disc, like just something, and then they just put arrows pointing to things. I've never seen that before. I don't even know where to start. And like you said, schedule a call. Okay, why are you not scheduling a call with me to explain it to me? I'm the one that needs help, right? But you want me to? No problem. I'm humble and I want to learn. So I scheduled a call with them. It's very difficult to get them. Very, very difficult. So I got one or two. You said something that I wanted to contest, but I said, let me not bring my leg outside. You said you people understand to a capacity. Let me tell you, you don't understand it. And no, this is me being honest. From my experience, what I think you are more focused on is, because if you understand, when I give you design, you will not tell me this is not codable. You won't tell me that. You will ask me why, right? Even if you don't need to ask me, in my documentation, I'll present it to you. But what I'm trying to say is, when it comes to collaboration and working together, communication is key, right? But who is leading the communication is also key. Who is interested? So, as for me, I'm interested in making sure that anybody that sees that product, that knows I worked on it, knows, because they know that I worked on it, has to be perfect. It has to be good. So me, I don't mind. I'll start the conversation. But the problem I have is when I start the conversation, I present to you my findings and I explain to you why I'm making these decisions, and you question my decision without doing research. That's where we have a problem. I feel like to an extent, if you do research, all of these things would not, because what happened with that project? By the time I was ready and I presented, I asked questions, joined open source design community, met a lot of people, and I presented my findings. Do you know that we stalled that project for 6 months? We stalled it for 6 months. Because tell me why I'm wearing a wearable device that's supposed to tell you that, okay, you have contacted somebody with COVID-19 and my body is on fire. Because that was what the product was supposed to do. If I'm close to you and you have COVID, I'm supposed to feel heat. If I'm wearing a wearable device, do you think about my skin? Do you think about my body? Do you think about what the heat causes to my mind? But no, it was a perfect, in fact, it was the Linux Foundation gave them like a badge because it was a good idea, it was a good project, but is it workable? We had to stall it for 6 months, and at the end of the day, the project is just in the documentation phase because at the end of the day, it's a good idea. We've tested it and we've seen that in this process, like making it a wearable device would not work. What I suggested at the end of the day and doing research was to have an app instead, a product on the phone. You can wear the wearable device. If you have COVID, instead of getting burnt, I get heat from the phone, from the wearable device to my app. And then probably there's a notification, there's heat map. We use Hotjar API to do a lot of that. Do you understand? So you don't tell me that you understand how it works. You need me to tell you how it works to an extent. Do you understand?
I give you. Sorry, let me clarify. First of all, you removed your UX writing researcher cap and you wore your designer's cap in that. Okay? But there was a reason why I said
yes, very much.
at a given point, okay, the capacity of the product and not what the product is supposed to do. So what the product is supposed to do is different from what the product can do at any point. So
then there's a gap somewhere.
There's a gap somewhere, which is usually clear definition of roles. Okay, so when roles are effectively defined, the software developer understands, okay, I'm supposed to do what is being given to me by the product designer. That's fine. But when the roles are not clearly defined and the software developer has a say, okay, in okay, this thing that is coming, I am able to do what is in my mind.
Don't do what is in your mind.
No, it's still roles defining. So when the roles are strict, it is easier to follow. But when the roles are not really...
No, I think... Wait, sorry, just to cut you, because I wanted to say something. It's not really about the roles being defined. Now, if you're coding that product and there's a gap, maybe you have figured out that, okay, what is this supposed to do? It can do more. We have something called universal design. Sometimes you design something to solve a particular problem, and it solves a whole bunch of problems. And at the same time, it creates a whole new problem. Do you know that? So now it is you communicating to us that, okay, I've been trying to build this thing, right? But I'm thinking, this is where there's a gap in this thing, in this functionality, because your problem is functionality, right? Your own is functionality, not you.
No, you tell us our problem. Anyways, so our question was what again? Collaboration as a whole.
Especially with UX writers.
Everybody matters.
Yes.
Where everybody matters. I think it still boils down to the fact of clear definition of roles. Okay, you as a UX writer, you have to show your value to the team as well. Let them understand that this is the value that you're bringing to the product in itself. And then when you are proposing changes, propose it in a way that it aligns with it just aligns with things. Okay, not small by small, but just propose changes in chunk. And also, there was something she said, which is access. You always want to have access, okay? Sometimes, for me to give you access is a whole different problem. Because you will break something. Because it just takes one simple, you just go and fix in one full stop where it's not supposed to be. And then we spend the next one day trying to find full stop. Okay? So,
this access.
Don't ask questions.
This access is on Figma or backend. Okay.
It's for backend. Designers. Okay. So anyway, so it's just if you can do those 3 things, I think it's going to help. And as we're having this now, UX writing is, like you said, it's a growing field, and the awareness is now growing of the valuability of the UX writers. So when we keep such conversations going and we keep on sharing the importance of this, then it's going to help with us. Alright?
Just for giving some founders mentality as well.
Alright, so that was a very interesting, I think this is like the most interesting panel session I've attended. But yeah, so thank you very much, Victory, Michelle, Precious, and Tara. Thank you so much. We had fun, and I hope you had that. So thank you. Have a good day.
Conversation was becoming something else. I was asked to go out. So I know some of us still have some questions as regards what the discussion is about. And you could always meet up with any of the panelists, or you can just call all of them and you can start your own outside again. But we're short of time. Yeah, you can start your own panel session. We're short of time, so we'll be going into the next section quickly. Now, I know we're getting tired, we're stressed and cool, but we just have 3 more talks, just 3, and we're going to be calling it a day. So we're going to be having the next speaker who's going to be talking about measuring the success of UX writing through user feedback and testing. This speaker is a warm, playful UX writer that feeds off the joys of happy users, a life-sized teddy. His warm nature and effective storytelling can be heard in some of Africa's fintech's products. Please put your hands together as a welcome on stage, Francis.
Hi guys. Still new people. This is to me. Is this like? You shocked me too. Oh, maybe it's more like. Let me know that you're on you now. Okay. So I'm pretty much talking about copy testing. I don't know how I give that first title, I found this later on. But yeah, let's see copy through your user's eyes. Something about copy testing. My brain was blank there, so I did not find something for it. Okay, so we're talking about copy testing. We'll try to see what it is, why it matters, challenges with it, how to test, when to test, how to know it works, and a little bit of story time. Next slide. Yes, so what is copy testing? Copy testing involves evaluating and assessing written content to gauge its impact on users. That's the long story. The short of it is copy testing is understanding how your copy affects users. It's like you are sending it out, and is it doing what it's out to do? That is pretty much what copy testing is. So it helps to ensure that the language used is clear, concise, and resonates with the target audience. Think of it like quality assurance, yeah? So you have your copy out, you want to be sure it is working. Next slide. So why it matters? Let's do this. How many people have actively tested copy? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not so many. That's because very often we do not see the importance of copy testing. But copy testing is an integral part of your design process. So why it matters? Copy testing ensures that your message aligns with user expectation and comprehension. For several users, we have comprehension levels, right? So in my very short career, I have worked with a very large audience. I've worked with people, I've worked with kids, or I've written copy for kids, somewhere around age 3 to 10. I've worked on products that targeted users somewhere around age 55 to 70. That's very large. I've worked with well-educated people. I've worked with people who barely understand English. So you need copy testing to ensure that your message aligns with user expectation and comprehension. It's not really about what you're writing. You see, it never matters what you're writing. What matters is how well the people you're writing understand it. If they don't get it, I tell you it's bad copy. So it is important because you need to be sure at every point of the journey that your message aligns with user expectation and comprehension. Enhance the engagement. Well-tested copy leads to higher user engagement, increasing the likelihood of conversion. You need to understand before you buy. I probably would not buy, what would I buy? So there are some very techy things that I don't understand how it even works. I wouldn't buy it, right? But maybe I would if they are not telling me this is TX300 YZF12. I would never understand it, right? So it is very possible that I need an item. Say, for example, it's something I could use to play a game. I love playing games. I'm a gamer. But if I don't understand how this machine will help my game run smoothly, I wouldn't buy it. You understand? So it helps with engagement. People want to understand what you're actually saying before they can convert. So without understanding, there is no conversion. So copy testing helps you see if people actually understand this thing and if they want to buy it or engage more with your product. And brand consistency. If you've ever worked with, most brands actually have brand bibles, content style guides. You need to ensure, you need to test at every point of the journey that it is consistent with what's outlined in the brand bible or content style guide. If it's only when you test, you will be able to see discrepancies and know that, okay, this does not work, I should change this to something else. If you don't test, you probably will be saying, it's like you're singing, right? And if you're not playing it back, sometimes you might be going off key. True or false? Yeah. So only when you play back what you've sung, that you will understand that you're probably going off key and you should redo it. Now let's come to challenges with testing. I like telling stories. So I'll tell you a story from my career. In 2019, I was working with a marketing agency in Toronto. And I had this creative director, Morris. He barely understood English, just a few everyday English. And good copy for Morris was copy he understands. So if he does not get it, it's not good copy. And he'd always call me and be like, Francis, this is not good, do something better. You know? So I grew up with the mindset that, I started my career with the mindset that good copy is when Morris says it's good copy. Only when he says it's good copy. And whatever he does not understand is bad copy. And now that is the challenge with testing. We leave it to subjectivity, people's perception. If someone tells you this is good, then it's good. It does not matter what your users think. It does not matter what the market says. All that matters is what your boss says. I remember some time ago, I saw a particular Medium article on Oga-centered design. The woman that wrote it is somewhere there. It happens a lot, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So it happens a lot when we determine what is good based on what someone above us says. And that's a problem with testing. Another is assumption risk. I remember one time I was working on a product for users in the Middle East. And I assumed it would work for them. It was going to be localized anyway, but when I was writing in English, I assumed it was going to work for them. It was only when we started testing, and we started testing with real users, we found out that it was way off. And that's because people in the Middle East have their lifestyle influenced by religion. You know? So religion influences how these people see everyday thing. So even if it's not exactly wrong, their religious mind helps them feel like it's bad. Only when you test copy will you realize that you made mistakes, you made assumptions, you probably did not do your research well, and you can work on it again. And then is the evolution of language. Language evolves, so copy testing keeps your content current and relevant. Language is always changing. The English they spoke in the 70s is not what we speak today. And I'm very certain what we say today is not what we will say in the next 10, 15 years, right? So it's only when you test you can find out that you are outdated, you are not current, you are not relevant, and you can improve. Next slide. Okay, so when do you test? When to test? 3 stages. During development, test early drafts to catch potential issues and refine messaging. While you're writing, it's fine to test. While you're working on it, while it's still rough, you're still writing on a piece of tissue, you should test. I remember working on a particular project and I had the product designer. We were literally sleeping on Figma back then. And I had the product designer, every single time I would write several copies and have him pick one, which was, we'll talk about that during how to test or when to test. You can test while you're on the job. During development, it saves you time, it saves you mistake, and it saves you the embarrassment of you guys having team meeting and other people pointing out errors in the copy. So testing during development is a beautiful way. Post-launch, evaluate how users interact with live copy and make data-driven improvements. As soon as it goes live, keep your ears on the ground. Listen to what people are saying about your copy. Where are they having issues? I remember in 2022, we had a product that launched the morning of an event, and we were to launch that product at the event. And as the sole UX writer on that product, for everyone that came to the booth, for everyone that was signing up, I was literally asking them, what are you saying? Do you understand what you're reading? Do you get it? Does this make sense to you? You know? And in my very little notepad, I was jotting down areas where we were like, what is this, what is that? So that helped me understand how users are interacting with the product in real time. And I was also able to go back and make improvements. Major updates and features. Ensure new additions align with the existing content and user expectation. Sometimes you may not make your changes in real time. You can keep it for V1, for V1.1, V2, other editions, other versions of your product. Keep your changes for that time. Go through it again. surveys and feedback, collect people's opinion, document it. It's very important to document every single opinion people say. I remember working with a particular Ugandan, her name is Sheila, and Sheila would ask me why I am saying is instead of are. Like, it was so basic, but it made a lot of sense. And yeah, sometimes she would get on my nerve, but I could see that sometimes those feedback, no matter how flimsy, no matter how often, some actually did make sense, you know, and some actually help the product improve. Your copy works. How do you decide? Testing. People assume a copy is good because it sounds good to them. Some people assume a copy is bad because they feel like, this is bland. I remember being asked to write an error message, and I wrote something very, very bland. It was bland, right? It maybe lacked that creative twist. But the question is, did it communicate? Did it offer a solution? Yeah, it did. So if it does that, it works. So how do we? So how do you know when the copy works? Comprehension. That's the first point. Can users understand the message? All of what we're doing is communicating. I give you an app. I want you to tell me if this solves a problem. Do you understand the message? Can you use the application on your own? One of the reasons why I went into content design is because I saw that most applications needed somebody to direct users. I don't know if not two Gen Zs. The people who are not exactly Gen Zs here. If you grew up at the start of the internet era and you had parents who had smartphones, do you remember guiding your parents through how to use their smartphones? You remember that, right? Yeah, that was because there was a problem with their content back in the day. Our parents could read. My mom would always read the newspaper. But give her a phone and she'll ask you, what is this, what is that? You know? So what was the problem? What was the problem? Communication. It was not exactly communicating. So to test copy, ask yourself, does this communicate? Is it comprehensive enough? Can I leave it with anybody who understands English and they can read and get the point? That's how to make copy works. Retention. Is the information good enough or solid enough that people would come back to it? Or is it fashioned in a way where you leave the app and that's all, forgetting about it? If you can retain the information found in those products in your memory, yes, it works. Accountability. Does this copy push the user to take action? That's another way to test copy. Does it push the user to take action? Is this something that they read and they're like, oh yeah, that's cool, that's nice. But they're like, okay, what do I do? How can I do something about this? That's how to know copy that works. Then emotional impact. How does it make them feel? If you work with a logistics company, if you work with a travel agency and have an application, and you are canceling people's flight, how do they feel about that information? Yeah, bad, but do they feel like you understand their pain? Do they feel that empathy in your copy? If not, definitely there's a problem with it. So, success stories. Success stories. I will start with two types of stories. First is a good example, and the next is not so good example. I was working on a product that, because of NDA, I cannot disclose right now, but I can give you the gist. So I worked on the product, and I needed to create error messages. And so I did my bit to create error messages, and the product manager came to me and was like, Francis, your error message does not fly. And my anger issues came up, and I'm like, it does not fly at all. What exactly is wrong with it? I'm like, okay, fine, good. What is wrong with it? And she was like, it does not bang. And I'm like, I don't understand. And then I went through the whole copy testing with her, and I'm like, do you understand it? She was like, yes. Does it offer next step for users? She said, yes. And I'm like, what is wrong with it? She was like, I'm like, see, madam, I've delivered your job. Go and put it out there. So that's an example of me understanding copy testing and ensuring that my copy works with that requirement. So please, if you're a young body UX writer, do not be intimidated by any product manager, product owner, software guys who will tell you they don't like your copy because it does not bang, it does not make sense to them. The question is, does it communicate? Does it create retention? Does it create any emotional impact? If it does, I don't want to know where your copy is. But if it fits those requirements, your copy is good. And I also remember working on a product too in China. Although it was localized, I worked on the English version of that product. So the Chinese people have a lot of, not China, it was Japan. They have a lot of respect and a lot of courtesy. And I remember working on that particular product, and yes, user research helped me understand all of that. But it was until I got to the testing part of it, and I could clearly see the reason why you have to look at every copy through your user's eyes. It does not matter what you think. When you test copy, you yourself, sometimes you feel ashamed. It was good to you when you were working on it, but as you test, you can clearly see errors, you can see places where you can improve, and it gets a lot better. So, one thing to take out of this session is test copy. Don't feel like you're perfect, you're not. In the real sense, you're very far from perfect. So test copy, get other people's opinions. There's a whole lot to copy testing that I will not go into at this time. When you find me, you can ask me questions. I'm more than willing to answer. I don't know, can I take one or two questions now? Or two. Okay, one question. It's not a very boring session, I don't know.
So we mentioned something about localizing content.
Yes.
So I've noticed that with us here in Nigeria, so I'm going to use Payday as an example. I remember that when you sign up on Payday, I don't know if it's still true, but when you sign up, the initial payment loan, they will send you security message like do not share your password. They will send you in English, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, and Pidgin. I don't know why they were doing that, but I felt like it was such a good thing that they don't know who their user base is, but at least you would understand one of the four languages as a Nigerian. But you find that for us here in Nigeria, we're not very open to localizing content. Like if you put, maybe I can give you a push message, for example, if you put Wahala there, or no make they cut your light or something, you see one product manager will come and tell you, so what's not this one that you are doing? Like, does this place look like? And I feel like at the end of the day, if you are doing something for Nigerians, no matter how educated the average Nigerian is, when you hear local Igbo, it packs something inside you that, oh, that person said. So yeah, that's my question. How do we encourage?
Thank you very much. I have fought and lost. I've fought and lost the battle for localization. I think it's a very beautiful thing. I've been privileged to work on products that we localize into Arabic, Mandarin, Japanese, and quite a number of other languages. And I clearly see the beauty. Like, I went back to the project and I was like, really? I wrote this? Oh, nice. You know? So, localization is a very beautiful thing. If you have it as a skill set as a UX writer, trust me, you are hot box and everybody's gonna rush you because it's beautiful. In July, I worked on a product primarily in English, but for the Ugandan audience, and that was the first time I found out that in Uganda they have a language called Uglish. It is English, but like the English pidgin. For them, they call it Uglish. And I did the localization of it for it, and it made a lot of sense because the way they say certain things is not the way we say them. But we want people to use that product, right? See, this thing is about communication. I don't care how we want to sound. We want to communicate. If I have a bicycle, my app sells a bicycle, I want you to buy that bicycle, I simply need to tell you, come and buy my bicycle. Whatever gets you to buy that bicycle is all I should say. You get it. So if you are a UX writer with a product that goes to several users who understand different languages, please fight for localization. You might win, or like me, you might lose, but keep fighting for localization. Have a beautiful day, and it's a pleasure to be
That was a beautiful session. Thanks a lot for that. Please can we put our hands together for him once more? Okay, so, like I said, one thing we're really looking at doing for this event is respecting your time. And one thing I can assure you is that the event will not still be on by 4 p.m. So before 4 p.m. we'll have rounded up the event, and everybody will need to do what it is they want to do. So right about now, we're going to be going into the keynote session. The next keynote session that will be delivered by the co-founders of UX Writing Africa. And for this keynote session, we would like everybody to be in the auditorium here. So please, if you're in the green room, if you're outside, if you're taking pictures, we want to have the second keynote session now. We would implore you to please come inside. Please, everybody would love you to come inside. So the event was that terrible. Okay. Thank you. Don't worry, you won't have issues with testers in your project. Alright.
Okay, I wanted to say that I don't know what I expected when I came here. All I know that I wanted to gain my insight into the world of UX writing. I've been doing a lot of reading. Well, it's much more different when you're actually listening to subject matter experts talking about it. And I'm so grateful today that I've met all these amazing wonderful speakers, dropped some knowledge on here, and I learned so much. I've also networked, met a lot of people, and I put myself out here as something that I don't know really do. I've done it, and I'm so proud of myself. And I'm also this is the first of its kind UX Writers conference in Africa, and I'm so happy that I'm part of it. And I said that I was here when it started, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunity. And thanks to everyone for having me.
Thanks. Let's put our hands together for that. That was beautiful. Another person wants to provide the feedback. Another person. Oh, come on. Another person wants to provide the feedback. How the event's been so far. You want to provide the feedback?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Please, before you go, if you're still outside, we'd love you to step into the auditorium. If you're in the green room, please come in here. Yeah, let's
okay, hi everybody. So my name is Eunice, and I'm not a UX writer. So yeah, I'm volunteering for this event because I love volunteering. Yeah, and I also want to support my friend Journals. Well, I mean, I am happy that I got to learn a lot by just volunteering here. Coupled with the fact that most stakeholders want the designer to do the writer for. Okay, my work is design, not to think of words, right? But at least I got to learn like certain things about testing because I mean I didn't really know. But yeah, I'm just grateful I'm here and thank everybody that has taught me by speaking and please.
Alright, let's pass together for Eunice. Okay, so like I said, we're going to get into the keynote session now, but Olamide, I want to ask you something. Can you help me get everybody inside, please? Everything gets everybody. It's important that everyone is here for this. So before I call on the co-founders, I want us to do just one quick game. How many of us have played the put a finger game before? Is everybody in here yet? Everybody's in here yet? Okay, alright, that's what? You don't want to? You have to, no, it's not that type, It's a very simple one. You're just going to like put a finger down you ever like on your resume. Why are you guys getting attacked? You still learn your resume. Okay, so because of our time, we're just going to go into the keynote session now. And as I call our speakers, these are the founders of UX Rights in Africa. I want us to the loudest. Okay. So the first speaker that we're going to be having is one of the co-founders of UX Rights in Africa and a content executive at Sterling. She has worked in different startups. She's focused on teaching and advocating for UX writers as every opportunity she gets. Outside of work, you'll be meeting the real life of the party who loves her friends a lot. I'll be calling her later. The second person that will be joining her as well, they're going to be coming together. The second person that will be joining her as well currently works at Kuda Bank, where she designs words that meet business and user goals, as well as improve user experience across digital products. Over the years, she has found that words, whether few or many, have great impact, which is why she takes every opportunity to preach the gospel of UX writing at various industry events. While there are so many noteworthy things about her and her career, her biggest flex is that she is known by Jesus. I would love us to all rise on our feet. Let's all rise on our feet. Come on. All of us all rise on our feet. And I call them on stage. Please put your hands together for them. Join me as I welcome the co-founder of UX Rights in Africa, Journals and Daniela. Yeah, you can sit down now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. I'm so sorry, my voice is like this, and I hope you guys can hear me because I can hear myself. So yeah.
Okay. Hi everybody. First of all, I want to say a very big thank you to all of you for coming here to honor our event, honor our invitation. We say thank you very much, and for also believing in our dream that this is actually possible. And this is the first, and we'll have many more. So let's just go into our keynotes. I am Joynels Ubogu, and that is Dami. Just introduce yourself.
That's my name.
Yes. So please next slide. Okay. So we are going to be just speaking to UX Writers Africa in general, the past, the present, and the future. The past is what we've done before, what we are currently doing, and what we'll be doing in the next coming years. So next slide.
Okay, so it's story in a few words. As you can see, it's still visionary. When we started our journey, we did not really have a lot of, we didn't really have a lot of resources or anything to just walk us through the path. And that was one of the things that even brought us together because we're both searching for how to learn and we're just curious about UX writing when we started and we found each other. So we're like, yes, so why don't we just make the journey easier for people that are to come? And that's why that's when we said we ran Scholars Good Work. So we're just trying to create a safe space for people that are about to start this journey. Next slide, please.
So yeah, what community means for us? Next slide. So why even bother? Is community necessary? And we all know the importance of community cannot be overemphasized. And when I mean cannot be overemphasized, that's because I've been in different communities across tech conferences and tech niches as a whole. I mean, open source, Africa, creative discourse, and a lot of others. And I've seen the impact these different communities have made in the tech community at large in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole. You can see that the developers in Africa have a lot of voice because a community has been built in Africa. You can also see the budding growth in product design in Africa just because there are different communities like Friends of Figma Africa, Creative Discourse, and a lot of others that are just making sure that their voices are heard and their career path is being talked about. And we now said, why does UX writers not have a community? Because if we are a career path and we want to have a voice out there telling people that the reason for UX writers is not just to come and write, but to create experiences just the same way designers and developers do, then we need a community that will be loud enough for our voices to be heard. Yes. So this is one of the reasons we are all present here today. Next slide.
So, well, people say, or people have been asking, like, why Africa? And then the question is, why not Africa? Like she has just said, community is very important, and we see that all of these other, fields, industries, they have communities, which of course fosters their growth. And so the question is, there's no UX writing community, there's no content design community in Africa, so why not, right? And again, we all know that Africans are talented. We can all agree to that. We have talents. And this is not the obvious, other people know, but we're saying that we all know that there's a large amount of untapped potential in Africa. So why don't we start and actually start the journey ourselves? So again, the goal is to showcase the talent and creativity within the continent, encourage the unique voices and contributions of UX writers who are making significant strides in the field. And of course, this will not only bring visibility to African professionals, but also contribute to the narrative globally. Because I can even tell you that just from this conference that we're having, we've had people reach out from various parts and they're just curious to know what's going on in Africa. And again, I guess that already answers the question, why Africa? Next slide, please.
Okay, so we are just going to take you down the memory lane of how we began and where we are currently. So 365 days. Thankfully, we are a year old as a community. Thank you very much. And so permit us to blow our trumpets a little bit. Just Okay, so our milestones. The first thing we did was we built a vibrant and thriving community of over 200 people, ranging from beginners to professionals on our Discord channel. We trained, we equipped and certified over 20 students as UX writers. We established a strong online presence with global recognition. And trust me, for the most of our sponsors we have here, they are all international audiences because they saw potential in what we were doing and keyed into it. We also focus on adding value through impactful discussions to shape the global conversation on content and user experience, from engaging Twitter spaces to interactive Google Meet sessions. These milestones show our dedication to shaping the future of UX writing and empowering content folks to build and grow in their careers. Yes, so all these are just few designs of
the events we had in the course of the year. So this down memory lane. So what's next? Next slide.
Okay, so here's what's next. First of all, a big shout out to UX Content Chow because she's going to be giving a 70% discount off of our course. I'm sure if you're interested in UX writing, you probably know about our course right now. So if you're in this conference, that's a code for you. You can go to the website, use this code and get 70% off. And I don't know when is the deadline? 2 days. So Saturday, Sunday, so say Monday. Let's say Monday. So Monday is the deadline. If you want to get the course, you know what to do. Quickly run now. Go have our shirts. Don't do that. Okay, so the second thing, of course, is like scholarship opportunities. Example, what Kat is already doing. She's giving a discount off of her course, and paving the way for growth. We'll constantly be on the lookout for scholarship opportunities and valuable resources for the community. Again, people have already reached out to us and they're asking, how they can help. I think one of the times we had a meeting with Christina, and she really wanted to know the things that we needed for the community. But we wanted to have this conference and then get feedback from people that get back to her. So that's what we're talking about. And of course, that would obviously lead to networking opportunities. So connecting with like-minded professionals like Content Design London, which is one of the sponsors, and Button, of course, one of the sponsors, to create a network that can be valuable for career opportunities, job opportunities, collaboration on projects, and mentorship possibilities. And of course, we also have support and accountability groups, which we already have, but as the community grows, of course, it's going to expand. This is just so we can stay updated with industry trends, best practices, emerging technologies, and I think that's something that really helped even this year, just accountability, helping each other grow. Even when people that knew nothing about UX writing will come into the community, and then we will start with the daily UX writing challenge. The days where Joy and I were not able to respond, there were people that had done it before, and they're like, oh, here's what I did, here's what you can learn from it. And so that's just part of what we're talking about. And of course, we already have people in Ghana, and part of the vision is to explore other and expand other territories in Africa. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Okay, and what is the goal? The goal is to advocate for UX writing in Africa and make the A in EMEA stand out. And the reason is because we actually want people to see that you do not need us to come over to your environment to do the work, basically. Because in all honesty, for most UX writing jobs that we see, you have to be wherever they are because you have to be reporting to the office. However, you can see developers in Nigeria working for companies outside the country. And the main aim is to make sure that these people believe in us so much, believe in what we can do so much to allow us to be wherever we are in Africa and still do the work and submit. And this is one of the reasons why we are trying to make sure that we connect with the international communities of international content design communities, just to make sure that we facilitate this process and make sure that we are on track. Next slide.
Yeah, so just a few minor changes. So previously, our community was on Discord, and quite a number of people gave feedback that they're not familiar with the application, with the app, and so we're considering, actually we've considered, and we're moving to WhatsApp. Yeah, and that's why we said, yes, we got your feedback. So I think WhatsApp is a more friendly option, like people, of course, everyone uses WhatsApp. So that's why we're moving to Discord. And so more information, if you're already in that community, you're already on that channel, more information will be sent to you. And of course, this conference is going to be on YouTube, so it will do you good to subscribe. So when we have more information, you can just see it there without missing out.
Also, if you were not in our pre-conference, which was held virtually, we also have the video up there, and I can tell you it was a very good session, a very good 1 hour session that you won't be bored watching it. So it is in your best interest to just go there and stream and learn more, and we will be sharing more content as the year goes by. Yes, please, next slide.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And to partner with us for any other thing, For your questions, if you have questions, you could just send us an email at uxwritersafrica@gmail.com. Thank you very much, everyone.
Come put your hands together for them. It's just to show how much dedication has gone into and intentionality that has gone into building the community. Please let's put our hands together for them once more. Okay, so we're just going to jump into the next session, which is going to be the last one, so that we can wrap it up in time. We're just going to jump into the next one. And the last speaker is going to be talking about the intersection of marketing and UX writing. The speaker is a seasoned UX writer and content marketer with a passion for crafting seamless user experiences through compelling and strategic content. She has a background in copywriting, UX research, and marketing that brings a unique blend of creativity and analytical thinking to her work. Over the course of her career, she has worked with leading companies in real estate, finance, software development, helping them refine their digital presence and create content that not only informs but also captivates. Her contributions has played a pivotal role in driving user satisfaction and achieving business goals. Beyond her professional pursuits, she's an avid lover of football and podcasts. She's going to be talking about the intersection of marketing and UX writing. Please join me as I welcome on stage Elia TJ.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. So as a lover of football, my club plays so pray that we wait so that one of them will start crying. My name is Elia TJ, like they said, and I have a background in copywriting. So before I became a UX writer, I used to read a lot of books. And I was reading this book, Building a Story Brand, and the author talks about how people get to make their users think when they come to their website. And it was just sounding very good to me because I know how many times I've gone to certain websites to learn about different things and I don't understand what it is that they do. On that particular day, I was ranting on my WhatsApp status, and joiners was like, because I was like, you website copywriters, people should do better so that we don't come to your website and start trying to struggle to understand what exactly it is that you are doing. And joiners was like, that's UX writing. And I'm like, yeah, there's something like that. And that is how I started learning about UX writing. And so far, it's been a very awesome journey. Now, I'm going to tell another story. Before I got here, I recently got like a congratulatory mail to the Marketing Step Forward program. When I was applying to that program last week, I really thought I was going to fail, and I didn't make it to it, calling it my last rejection email of the year. Before I applied to that program, I have been seeing a lot of their ads everywhere. WhatsApp, Telegram, YouTube, Twitter, it was just there. And every time I saw the ad, I actually stopped to read. But when I stopped to read, like watch the video, I moved past because, I don't want to do something like that. But on this particular day, I finished watching the video, I finished reading, and I'm like, okay, let me see what's behind this ad, let me see what's next. So I clicked on the CTA button, and it led me to the website, and it was so cool. I was just reading through, I was nodding my head as I was reading, I was getting to see the testimonials of people that have passed through that program, and how it helped their career. And before you know, I was clicking on apply, and that is how I applied. I was going through the questions and all. It was so easy that I didn't have to start filling out things by myself. I just had to click on the option that best resonates with me, and before you knew, I had clicked submit. I didn't want to apply for marketing, but because the ad drew me in, and I came in and saw content that was really engaging, I had to go through all of the stages, and I submitted. That was a very seamless experience for me. And when I was preparing for this talk, I came to understand that, okay, that was where marketing and UX actually intersected, because the ad was what drew me in, but when I got to the landing page, I saw that it was really very easy for me to just go through. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we need to understand, okay, what is marketing and what is UX writing? When you tell a lot of people about marketing, the first thing that comes to mind is just people that go about selling things. But more than that, marketing at its core is about telling a story that resonates with the audience, sparks interest, and drives action. For marketing, their ad was that of people that had done the program before. And it sparked interest in me because, I mean, I just started my career like 2 years ago when I finished from university, and I'm still trying to grow. So seeing people that are young like me, telling you how this thing has helped them, it sparked an interest in me, and it drove an action for me to finally click on the CTA button, go through their website, and then finally click apply. While UX writing, on the other hand, focuses on creating a smooth and intuitive user experience in the word. So the reason I was able to go through that landing page and finally apply to be a Marketing Forward student was because the words on that place was really very exciting. It was clear, it was concise, it helped me to see why I decided to be there, and I went on to be there. Next slide, please. Now, this is language, this is consumer needs, and this is the product solution. If the language is not clear, the consumer needs will not be met, and the reason for that product solution will not be fed. So, how can this be achieved? This is where a well-crafted tagline comes in. When you hear Fuga, the very first thing that comes to mind is power to the creative ones. And when I say power to the creative ones, I mean, okay, they're going to make me a superhuman. And when I use the product, I feel like a superhuman because it solves some of my needs. A compelling product description. Some people, they'll just create a lot of things and just expect you to understand how it works. It doesn't work that way. There has to be like a product description for you to know why it's like this and why you need it. And also an emotional story. All of these are things that the marketers use. All of these are things that UX writers use. And because of that, they are able to bridge the gap between the consumer needs and the product solution. You see a lot of people, they do this whole Oga Center thing. Now, Oga Center is actually nice because you've seen that, okay, these people need a product. If there's a problem that needs a solution, and now you solve that problem. But what the problem comes in is now you trying to market it or talk about it from your own end. It is not about you, it's about the user. And that is why UX writing and marketing needs to come together. Next slide, please. So, how do we align marketing and UX writing? First of all, there has to be like consistent communication between both sides. I currently work in a marketing team as a content marketer, and with my background in UX writing, I'm able to bring a lot of things to the table. So when we have our stand-ups, we hope to talk about certain things. Now, we are communicating. We needed to change something on our website recently, and my manager reached out to me, TJ, please help me out with this thing. It's just because I've been able to talk about this thing from the start. So there has to be like consistent communication between both spectrums of the product, so that one side will not be doing something different and the other side will not be doing something different. And also there has to be a shared style guide. When I first started my career, I didn't know what a style guide is because I was just thrown into the mix and I had to write a lot of things. And when I finished writing, there was a lot of feedback and it made me teary, it made me sad. So I had to do searches on my own to see, okay, what exactly is making this thing like this? And I got to learn about the style guide. So when it's a style guide, the marketing team will know that, okay, this is what they are supposed to use for their ads. And when there's a style guide as well, the UX writing team will know that, okay, when we are creating copy for the landing page, or we want to do something related to the app or the website, we need to know that this is how the words are going to be. And also, there should be review and updates of content because the digital landscape is changing. The way users use products is changing. The solutions that you are building are changing. And because of that, the content that you have has to be regularly reviewed and it also has to be updated. Lastly, there needs to be a common goal. There has to be a goal so that everybody knows that this is what they are working towards. Because if there's no goal, I can be doing my own thing and you can be doing your own thing. We don't know if we're being successful. We don't know how we're even being able to help out like the same goal because there's no goal. So for marketing and UX to align, there needs to be communication, style guide has to be there, review of content has to be there, and also there needs to be common goal. Next slide, please. Now, user-centric approach. I'm actually somebody that gets very angry, very angry a lot because when I go through certain things, I expect them to help me out. And when I go and I start trying to form calories, trying to understand you, it gets me angry. And this is where the user-centric approach comes in. So, if you have a product, if you work in the marketing team, you have to shift your view from yourself down to user. I know, yes, you want to achieve certain goals. We need to cross this number of sales. We need to cross this number of product downloads. But then, person is number of skills, one person is number of product download. It's not going to happen if there's no user-centric approach. Now, UX writing serves as the compass, so it guides users to be able to achieve the goals that you set. So let's say you build a landing page, and you want people to apply to a certain thing, or you want them to download that list, or you want them to maybe download and you will call a video or watch a video. It's the UX writing that is going to do that. So when UX writers write, they write from the hook and down, and people are able to see, okay, it leads them through every stage. Information architecture is smooth, on point, and applying or even downloading whatever it is that you want them to download is not an issue, because through the words that you've added on that landing page, they've been able to get the grasp of what you want them to do. While marketing, on the other hand, no longer does this whole disruptive content thing. I should tell myself, whatever I go to YouTube and your ad comes to disturb me, company or website is be very I'm not going to even want to learn about you at that time, because it's disrupting my user experience. I'm going there. Imagine listening to Apostle Joshua Selman, you're praying, and the next thing you are hearing is company or website is praying. Like, at that point, it's disruptive. And aside from maybe a lot of other people do that. Okay, maybe Google can be able to get to where we do that because it's Google, but I think you that is small user, you that is small company, you're coming to disrupt the experience. So what then do you do? This is where content marketing comes in. Like geopolitics is saying, the user doesn't care about you. They don't want to know what it is that you are doing. It is not their business. They care about themselves, and they are coming to your website. They are coming to maybe search engine. They are coming to Google to find solutions to their problem. They are not coming to learn about you. So we now move our content from being orga-centered, being company-centered, being stakeholder-centered, to focus on the user. We are not doing a lot of things to help them. We don't have a lot of questions. Like, we all seated here, we have certain questions that we want to find answers to. And the first thing we do is pick up our phone and we go to Google. And when we go to Google, we see companies that help us solve this question. It becomes easier for you to want to get what they are selling. So for me, I'm a very big lover of HubSpot. Whenever I'm looking for certain content or certain issues, when I go to Google, if HubSpot is not the first, I look for them and I try to read HubSpot articles before I even go read any other. And then that's the same thing for Content Marketing Institute and even Copyblogger. When my company, one time I was working with a real estate company, when I needed a content software, HubSpot was actually the very first thing I recommended because they've helped me and I've been able to see what it is that they do. So, user-centric approach in marketing and UX doesn't focus on the company. It brings it down to the user to try and help the user understand, try and solve the user's problems, so that when the user needs something, maybe they want to pay for a service, they can easily come back to you because you, as the company, you as the person, you have been able to help them to solve or answer the questions that they have. Next slide, please. Now, like I said earlier, the digital landscape is evolving. So how the marketing and UX writing adapts to fit this evolving landscape? Does anyone have like an answer? Does anyone want to try it? How marketing and UX writing adapt to the evolving digital landscape? Okay, so this is where staying up to date becomes key. You have to understand how users use the product, because the way we use products, in fact, the way we use Google some years ago is no longer the same way. Sometimes when I go on Google and I search for something, it becomes harder for me to understand. The next thing I do is switch over to ChatGPT and I ask the same question and then I try to compare and contrast. And recently, I'm no longer using GPT. I go to Google Bard, I use Microsoft Range, and then it helps me out. So for marketing and UX writing to adapt to the evolving digital landscape, they have to stay up to date with how the users use the products every time, how they go about looking for solutions to their problems. Because it's only when you stay up to date with these things that you are able to now bring out content that is centered to them. That is when you are able to create user-centric content, because you now understand how they use this product, how they do certain things. That's right. So we are going to look at best practices between UX writing and marketing and how they can be able to intersect very well. Collaboration, we are not fighting. We are not fighting with them. I know sometimes people, when us manager, one of the things I tried to do every week was to create content that answered certain questions in real estate. And when we hired marketing associates, like people to come help set up the marketing team, my boss was very happy to bring me to talk about the things I have done before so that they can be able to know that, okay, we're trying to do user-centered content approach in this place. And also there has to be clear communication. How do you communicate? What it is that you're going to do. Sometimes this project I'm currently working on, I can't wait for it to be over because the communication is not clear. Today we have meetings, tomorrow we don't have meetings. Nobody's asking me for my what I'm doing. And when I try to speak up, they still try to shut me up, but then I still speak because I cannot be bullied. And also, you need to know that your content has to guide the user. Whether you are writing for a landing page or you are writing an article, it has to guide the user. Sometimes you go online and you read some articles, I get to wonder what exactly do these people want me to take away from this thing. So whatever content it is that you're writing has to guide the user. And you also have to adapt to the digital landscape. The way people use content now is no longer the way they did. Some time ago, I was writing something and they wanted it to be longer. I had to tell them that, okay, I did research and I looked out for certain things that were in certain places. And I saw that they were not as bulky as this. And I've spoken to people and I see, okay, this is how they are able to do certain things like this. So if we have longer content, people may not want to be interested in what we do because you're not going to be stuffing it with words that are not necessary for them at that point. So you also need to adapt to the digital landscape. And also content marketing focus. For the content marketers that are here, or writers that are here, you need to know that beyond writing, your words have to bring it into bit of content marketing because like I said, the user doesn't care about you, they care about themselves and how they are able to solve their problem. So your content should be able to help them do that. And also there has to be regular content review. If you want to stay in vogue, if you want to be able to keep coming up when people talk about certain things, you have to review your content, you have to update your content so that you can be the go-to person when people want certain things or they want certain solutions to their problems. Next slide, please. Thank you. I was on point. I was giving.
Let's just actually get that again for you. Okay, so like I said, we're not going to be exceeding 4 p.m. here. We have just 21 more minutes. So we're not done, but we're also kind of done. We just have a couple of things to do. And to be honest, at this point, you can take a leave. Actually, you can take a leave at this point. So we have some items from Content Design London that I want to give away. We have some wine that I want to toast to and some cake that I want to share. But seriously, if you want to leave now, it's a very, very good time to leave. Nobody is. No, I've seen tired faces. I mean, so what we're going to do is for the content giveaway, it's totally sponsored by Content Design London, and actually what we're giving away is actually from them. So we're going to watch a quick, just a very short video to learn more about them, and then we're going to have a round of draw so that it's all fair and just. I hope everybody has gotten their cup. Do you all have your cup? Okay. So I think, how are we going to share the wine? Eunice? Okay. Okay. All right. except speakers, volunteers, and team, right? Yeah, so it's solely for attendees. And our names are going to be here, and so we're just going to spin the wheel. And we're going to have 10 lucky winners. So, okay. My name, I don't know. I doubt. Olamide doesn't like when you doubt. So, allow the. Is allow the here? Oh wow. Okay. Is somebody taking note of this? Alright, let's spin again. Okay. Shalom, 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 shalom. Abiola, is Abiola here? Okay. I said you should be going on now. You should be going on. Okay. Okay. Goodness and mercy. Goodness. I need one person not to be there. Yeah, because my name is not there. Terrible. Okay. It's not around. It's not around, official. Is he around? Perfect. Thank you. So, Shalom Adebola, please. Can we spin the next one? How many do we have? That's 3, right? Okay. Filipodua. Right? Filipodua Phillips. Okay. That's 4. We're 4 now, right?
Yes, 4.
People don't want me to win this. Questions around. Precious, okay. So that's 5. Easier. Precious is here. Can we get the wine? Okay. Jonathan, come on. Wow. Can we get the wine so that? Alright. Is Aremu here? Abi Jackson. Is Aremu here? Oh, yeah. Next. The patient's dog. Is Tony. Oh no, Anna. Is Anna here? Where's Anna? But you're Tony. Yeah, sorry. Next. So we just have 5 so far. Oh my God. Solomon. Where's Solomon? No Solomon. Okay. You need to go and wash your head for love. Blessing Jackson. Is blessing? Okay. So that's 6 people, 4 more people. Pray to whatever God you believe in at this point. Okay? Blessing Jackson, yeah. They will not skip you. Eunice. Zoe, you are Femi. Aww. Yeah, she is.
Who is this winning team now?
You are the one that is handling it, so it's biased. You are the one handling it. I don't know. HUO again. Oh, still Lope here? No.
He's here.
Where?
No.
It's not here. It's still Lope here?
Yes, Tolu Lope here, but not this day.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we should be the winner.
You are just playing with that. Tolu Lope again? Oh, a different. Who's Tolu Lope?
You're strong.
Okay. I think that's 7 now. Yeah, so we need 2 people. Let's see. Oh. Can we have, okay. No, I'm not going to know. Esther again. Esther, okay. So 2 more people, right? 1, okay. Last one first. Esther is here, yeah.
So the last person.
Michelle. You sure? Oh, is Michelle around? No. Wow. Don't worry. Precious.
She's not yet.
Janice. Oh, okay. Thank you. They will not forget you. Thank you. This is small. Wow. Is it you here? Okay. Is Jessica here? Jessica is not here. Next. There are a lot of people that are here in physical. Show you again. Oh, another person. Who's the other person? She's not here. You will not talk. Okay, so we have about 10 minutes, right? Okay. So please do meet up with Olamide after the event. You've won, or Damilola. Olamide or Damilola. There's a gift from Content Design done for you. Can we just put I know they are not here, but let's just appreciate them. Okay. So it's 3:48 and we're going to the last. Yeah, please do scan this. We'd love to get your feedback. I think it's anonymous, right? Yeah, so it's very anonymous. Just scan so that we can get your feedback. I also believe everybody has a glass or a bottle or cup rather of wine. Can we have the cake? What? What's it called? We never toast, though. They have finished their toast. Okay. Okay, so can we have the cake out? So we're going to be celebrating, like I mentioned, we're celebrating the 1st year anniversary today. Can we have the cake out? Alright, so these are we're going to do it. We're going to have the founders first of all cut with it. We're going to have Yeah. Let me move it forward. So don't pour our cake down. Okay, so we're going to have the founders cut with it. Then we're going to have team members. Then every other person are going to join in. Does anybody want to give a speech? Damilola, John Nels? Anyone wants to say something before we cut it? Okay. Alright, so who would do that? For the speech? Yeah, just something. Okay. I think both of you should actually, yeah.
Parting words, but not parting. Jesus' name. Okay, first of all, thank you so much everyone for honoring our invite and just being here. It's such an honor to be able to do this. I can't even explain. We can't even begin to tell these stories because, like, even the whole planning of this I would say it was last minute because even when we were talking about the first time we put the video out there talking about the conference, we did not really have like a complete plan. It was vibes, but we're trusting the name of the Lord, and I'm just first of all grateful to God that He came through for us, and grateful for first of all every other person that is on the team or the committee. You guys are just really amazing because the way that it happened, everyone just came in with their strengths, and there was no stress. I wasn't telling anyone what to do. People just picked what they were really good at and then just executed, and that's really why this could happen. And of course, thank you so much every other person that came here, and I really do hope that. Go ahead first if I did that part.
Okay, so she has said it all. I just want to say a huge thank you to our speakers who came from far and wide. Thank you so much, Kat. I don't know how to tell you thank you, but thank you very much for leaving KD to come to Lagos just for us. I really, really appreciate. Thank you very much for all you do to support us. Thank you very much to other speakers. Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you, Precious. Thank you, Francis. Francis has been asking me, join us when we do content conference, when we do content design conference. And when I told him, okay, we are finally having it, he was so happy. He was like, finally. And I'm so glad you came and you've seen that we've executed this properly. I also want to thank my team members. I really want to appreciate them. There was never a time I called for them or that called for them that they did not answer for whatsoever reason. Even if it was like in the night, they'll tell me, okay, this is when I will deliver it, and they will get it delivered. And I really want to appreciate everyone for your support online. I really thank you guys, and thank you.
And also, like, a big shout out to our sponsors. I know we said that before, but if we can say it over and over again, we will. So again, a big shout out to our sponsors. If you watch this replay, truly are honored to have you be a part of this with me. Thank you very much.
Yes, and I just want to especially give a shout out to Maiwa. She's currently not here, but she has been so supportive from the beginning up until now. So I want to give her a shout out. I know that she's here with us in the spirit. Maiwa, we did it!
Yes,
thank you very much for supporting us. Yes. So on that note, I think
for the cake, you just make the toast.
Okay.
Good. To growth, to expansion, to a better 2024. Cheers, everyone. Okay, so can we just have the cost of the cake so that we can take that pictures and go? Okay. Juniors, let's cut the cake.
Okay.
Who's taking the pictures? Just our photographer. Okay. Is that the better angle? Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I know I'm coming back home. A very big shout. Why are you turning your face? Yes! A very big shout out to Amos. Like, all of these designs, he actually did them. And, everyone has been telling us, your design. I'm like, this is the man.
This is the man.
It's him. So, honestly, like, a very big shout out to Amos. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry.
Alright, let's now cut the cake.
So how do we cut it down? Are we going to spell UXWA? Okay, that's perfect. So we're going to spell it out, or spell it down rather. So we're going to do it together. So I'm just going to call 1, 2, 3 and we'll call it together. So yeah? Wow, that's very okay, so 1, 2, 3. U S W Can we have the team members join them as well? Let's have the team members join them. Yes. Let's have the team members. Don't worry, I still have 5 minutes. Let's have the team members join. Please, let's make it snappy. Team members, if you're outside, please come inside now. Let's make it very snappy. Team members. Team members, please, let's make it snappy. Alright, let's make it snappy. Let's do it quickly.
Bring it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, are we taking a picture? Alright. If we have any speakers that are still around, can you join, please? If you have any speakers that are still around, please can you join the frame?
No. Let's take with team members first.
Okay. I think those are done. Okay. Okay, please, if there are speakers that are around, please can you join the picture as well? Team members, stay. Okay, alright. Speakers that are still around, please, please. So, in light of that, thanks a lot for coming. We really do appreciate your time. Some of you have been here since 9, some since 10. We really do appreciate you.
Precious and
we really appreciate you.
Precious, can you please?
Please do not go. We'd love to take a good picture outside. Okay. Okay. Alright, so we've officially come to an end of, not yet, yeah, we've officially come to an end of the UXWA Conference 2023. Thank you, we appreciate you. We hope to do this next year in a bigger and better version. We love you and have a safe journey back home. Please do not leave here. We want to take a good picture outside. We want to take a good picture outside. So let's just all go outside to the banner and we can take a picture. And someone help us with the cake.